Chapter 24 of the P.Trail by Zane Grey. This recording is in the public domain. So for Neale the wonderful dream had come to pass, and but for the memory that made all hours of life bitter, his cup of joy would have been full. He made his headquarters in Benton, and spent his days riding east or west over the line, taking up the great responsibility he had long trained for, the maintaining of the perfect condition of the railroad. Toward the end of the month Neale was summoned to Omaha. The message had been signed Warburton. Upon arriving at the terminus of the road, Neale found a marvelous change even in the short time since he had been there. Omaha had become a city. It developed that Warburton had been called back to New York, leaving word for Neale to wait for orders. Neale availed himself of this period to acquaint himself with the men whom he would deal with in the future. Among them, in the roar of the railroad shops and the bustle of the city, he lost, perhaps temporarily, that haunting sense of pain and gloom. Despite himself, the deference shown him was flattering, and his old habit of making friends reasserted itself. His place was assured now. There were rumors in the air of branch lines for the Union Pacific. He was consulted for advice, importuned for positions, invited here and there, so that the days in Omaha were both profitable and pleasurable. Then came a telegram from Warburton calling him to Washington, D.C. It took more than 2 days to get there, and the time dragged slowly for Neale. It seemed to him that his importance grew as he traveled, a fact which was amusing to him. All this resembled a dream. When he reached the hotel designated in the telegram, it was to receive a warm greeting from Warburton. "It's a long trip to make for nothing," said the director, "and that's what it amounts to now. I thought I'd need you to answer a few questions for me, but you'll not be questioned officially, and so you'd better keep a closed mouth. We've raised the money. The completion of the UPR is assured." Neale could only conjecture what those questions might have been, for the director offered no explanation, and this circumstance recalled to mind his former impression of the complexity of the financial and political end of the construction. Warburton took him to dinner and later to a club and introduced him to many men. For this alone Neale was glad that he had been summoned to the capital. He met senators, congressmen, and other government officials, and many politicians and prominent men, all of whom, he was surprised to note, were well informed regarding the Union Pacific. He talked with them, but answered questions guardedly. And he listened to discussions and talks covering every phase of the work, from the Credit Mobilier to the Chinese coolies that were advancing from the west to meet the Paddies of his own division. How strange to realize that the great railroad had its nucleus, its impetus, and its completion in such a center as this. Here were the frock-coated, soft-voiced, cigar-smoking gentlemen among whom Warburton and his directors had swung the colossal enterprise. What a vast difference between these men and the builders. With the handsome white-haired Warburton and his associates, as they smoked their rich cigars and drank their wine, Neale contrasted Casey and McDermott and many another burly spiker or teamster out on the line. Each class was necessary to this task. These Easterners talked of money, of gold, as a grade foreman might have talked of gravel. They smoked and conversed at ease, laughing at sallies, gossiping over what was a tragedy west of North Platte. And about them was an air of luxury, of power, of importance, and a singular grace that Neale felt rather than saw. Strangest of all to him was the glimpse he got into the labyrinthine plot built around the stock, the finance, the gold that was constructing the road. He was an engineer with a deductive habit of mind, but he would never be able to trace the intricacy of this monumental aggregation of deals. Yet he was hugely interested. Much of the scorn and disgust he had felt out on the line for the mercenaries connected with the work he forgot here among these frock-coated gentlemen. An hour later Neale accompanied Warburton to the station where the director was to board a train for his return to New York.
"You'll start back tomorrow," said Warburton. "I'll see you soon. I hope out there in Utah where the last spike is to be driven. That will be the day, the hour. It will be celebrated all over the United States."
Neale returned to his hotel, trying to make out the vital thing that had come to him on this hurried and apparently useless journey. His mind seemed in a whirl. Yet as he pondered, there gradually loomed up the reflection that in the eastern or constructive end of the great plan there were the same spirits of evil and mystery as existed in the western or building end. Here big men were interested, involved. Out there bigger men sweat and burned and aged and died. The difference was that these toilers gave all for an ideal, while the directors and their partners thought only of money, of profits. Neale restrained what might have been contempt, but he thought that if these financiers could have seen the life of the diggers and spikers as he knew it, they might be actuated by a nobler motive. Before he dropped to sleep that night, he concluded that his trip to Washington and the recognition accorded him by Warburton's circle had fixed a new desire in his heart to heave some more rails and drive some more spikes for the railroad he loved so well. To him the work had been something for which he had striven with all his might and for which he had risked his life. Not only had his brain been given to the creation, but his muscles had ached from the actual physical toil attendant upon this biggest of big jobs. When Neale at last reached Benton, it was night. Benton and night, when he had forgotten. A mob of men surged down and up on the train. Neale had extreme difficulty in getting off at all. But the excitement, the hurry, the discordant and hoarse medley of many voices were unusual at that hour around the station, even for strenuous Benton. All these men were carrying baggage. Neale shouted questions into the passing ears, until at length some fellow heard and yelled a reply. "Last night of Benton." He understood then. The great and vile construction camp had reached the end of its career. It was being torn down, moved away, depopulated. There was an exodus. In another 48 hours all that had been Benton, with its accumulated life and gold and toil, would be incorporated in another and a greater and a last camp. Roaring City. The contrast to the beautiful Washington, the check to his half-dreaming memory of what he had experienced there, the sudden plunge into this dim-lighted, sordid, and roaring hell, all brought about in Neale a revulsion of feeling. And with the sinking of his spirit there returned the old haunting pangs, the memory of Allie Lee, the despairing doubts of life or death for her. Beyond the camp loomed the dim hills, mystical, secretive, and unchangeable. If she were out there among them, dead or alive, to know it would be a blessed relief. It was this horror of Benton that he feared. He walked the street, up and down, until the hour was late and he was tired. All the halls and saloons were blazing in full blast. Once he heard low, hoarse cries and pistol shots, and then again quick, dull, booming guns. How strange they should make him shiver, but all seemed strange. From these sounds he turned away, not knowing what to do or where to go, since sleep or rest was impossible. Finally he went into a gambling den and found a welcome among players whose faces he knew. It was Benton's last night, and there was something in the air, menacing, terrible. Neale gave himself up to the spirit of the hour and the game. He had almost forgotten himself when a white, jeweled hand flashed over his shoulder to touch it softly. He heard his name whispered. Looking up, he saw the flushed and singularly radiant face of Beauty Stanton. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The afternoon and night of payday in Benton, during which Allie Lee was barred in her room, were hideous, sleepless, dreadful hours. Her ears were filled with Benton's roar, whispers and wails and laughs, thick shouts of drunken men, the cold voices of gamblers, clink of gold and clink of glasses, a ceaseless tramp and shuffle of boots, pistol shots muffled and far away, pistol shots ringing and near at hand, the angry hum of brawling men, and strangest of all this dreadful roar were the high-pitched, piercing voices of women, in songs without soul, in laughter without mirth, in cries wild and terrible and mournful. Allie lay in the dark, praying for the dawn, shuddering at this strife of sound, fearful that any moment the violence of Benton would burst through the flimsy walls of her room to destroy her. But the roar swelled and subsided and died away. The darkness gave way to gray light and then dawn. The sun arose, the wind began to blow. Now Benton slept, the sleep of sheer exhaustion. Her mirror told Allie the horror of that night. Her face was white, her eyes were haunted by terrors, with great dark shadows beneath. She could not hold her hands steady. Late that afternoon there were stirrings and sounds in Durade's hall. The place had awakened. Presently Durade himself brought her food and drink. He looked haggard, worn, yet radiant. He did not seem to note Allie's condition or appearance. "That deaf and dumb fool who waited on you is gone," said Durade. "Yesterday was payday in Benton. Many are gone. Allie, I won $50,000 in gold." "Isn't that enough?" she asked. He did not hear her, but went on talking of his winnings of gold, of games, and of big stakes coming. His lips trembled, his eyes glittered, his fingers clawed at the air. For Allie it was a relief when Durade left her. He had almost reached the apex of his fortunes and the inevitable end. Allie realized that if she were ever to lift a hand to save herself, she must do so at once. This was a fixed and desperate thought in her mind when Durade called her to her work. Allie always entered that private den of Durade's with eyes cast down. She had been scorched too often by the glances of men. As she went in this time she felt the presence of gamblers, but they were quieter than those to whom she had become accustomed. Durade ordered her to fetch drinks. Then he went on talking rapidly, in excitement, elated, boastful, almost gay. Allie did not look up. As she carried the tray to the large table, she heard a man whisper low, "By Jove, Huff, that's the girl." Then she heard a slight, quick intake of breath and the exclamation, "Good God!" Both voices thrilled Allie. The former seemed the low, well-modulated, refined and drawling speech of an Englishman. The latter was keen, quick, soft, and full of genuine emotion. Allie returned to her chair by the sideboard before she ventured to look up. Durade was playing cards with four men, three of whom were black-garbed after the manner of professional gamblers. The other player wore gray and a hat of unusual shape, with wide, loose cloth band. He removed his hat as he caught Allie's glance, and she associated the act with the fact of her presence. She thought this must be the man whose voice had proclaimed him English. He had a fair face, lined and shadowed and dissipated, with tired blue eyes and a blond mustache that failed to altogether hide a well-shaped mouth. It was the kindest and saddest face Allie had ever seen there. She read its story. In her extremity she had acquired a melancholy wisdom in the judgment of the faces of the men drifting through Durade's hall. What Allie had heard in this Englishman's voice she saw in his features. He did not look at her again. He played cards wearily, carelessly, indifferently, with his mind plainly on something else. "Ancliffe, how many cards?" called one of the black-garbed men. The Englishman threw down his cards. "None," he said. The game was interrupted by a commotion in the adjoining room, which was the public gambling hall of Durade's establishment. "Another fight!" exclaimed Durade impatiently. "And only Mull and Fresno showed up today." Harsh voices and heavy stamps were followed by a pistol shot. Durade hurriedly arose. "Gentlemen, excuse me," he said, and went out. One of the gamblers also left the room, and another crossed it to peep through the door. This left the Englishman sitting at the table with the last gambler, whose back was turned toward Allie. She saw the Englishman lean forward to speak. Then the gambler arose, and turning, came directly toward her. "My name is Place Huff," he said, speaking rapidly and low. "I'm a gambler, but a gentleman. I've heard strange rumors about you, and now I see for myself. Are you Allie Lee?" Allie's heart seemed to come to her throat. She shook all over, and she gazed with piercing intensity at the man. When he had arisen from the table he had appeared the same black-garbed, hard-faced gambler as any of the others, but looked at closely he was different. Underneath the cold, expressionless face worked something mobile and soft. His eyes were of crystal clearness and remarkable for penetrating power. They shone with wonder, curiosity, sympathy. Allie instinctively trusted the voice and then consciously trusted the man. "Oh, sir, I'm distressed, ill from fright," she faltered. "If I only dared." "You dare tell me," he interrupted swiftly. "Be quick. Are you here willingly with this man?" "Oh, no." "What then?" "Oh, sir, you do not think I knew you were good, innocent, the moment I laid eyes on you. Who are you?" "Allie Lee, my father's Allison Lee." "Oh!" The gambler whistled softly, and turning, glanced at the door, then beckoned Ancliffe. The Englishman arose. In the adjoining rooms sounds of strife were abating. "Ancliffe, this girl is Allie Lee, daughter of Allison Lee, a big man on the U.P.R. Something terribly wrong here," and he whispered to Ancliffe. Allie became aware of the Englishman's scrutiny, doubtful, sad, yet kind and curious. Indeed, these men had heard of her. "Hough, you must be mistaken," he said. Allie felt a sudden rush of emotion. Her opportunity had come. "I'm Allie Lee. My mother ran off from Durade to California. He used her as a lure to draw men to his gambling hells, as he uses me now. 2 years ago we escaped, started east with a caravan. The Indians attacked us. I crawled under a rock, escaped the massacre. Never mind all your story," interrupted Huff. "We haven't time for that. I believe you. You're held a close prisoner?" "Oh, yes, locked and barred. I never get out. I've been threatened so that until now I feared to tell anyone. But Durade, he's going mad. I can bear it no longer." "Miss Lee, you shall not bear it," declared Ancliffe. "We'll take you out of here." "How?" queried Huff shortly. Ancliffe was for walking right out with her, but Huff shook his head. "Listen," began Allie hurriedly. "He would kill me the instant I tried to escape. He loved my mother. He does not believe she's dead. He lives only to be revenged upon her.
He has a desperate gang here. Fresno, Mull, Stick, Black, Grist, Days, a greaser called Mex, and others. All the worst of bad men. You cannot get me out of here alive except by some trick.
How about bringing in the troops?
Durade would kill me the first thing.
Could we steal you out at night?
I don't see how. They're awake all night. I'm barred in, watched. Better work on Durade's weakness. Gold. He's mad for gold. When the fever's on him, he might gamble me away or sell me for gold.
Huff's cold eyes shone like fire in ice. He opened his lips to speak, then quickly motioned Ancliffe back to the table. They had just seated themselves when the two gamblers returned, followed by Durade. He was rubbing his hands in satisfaction. "What was the fuss about?" queried Huff, tipping the ashes off his cigar. "Some drunks after money they had lost." "And they got thrown out for their pains?" inquired Ancliffe. "Yes, Mull and Fresno are out there now." The game was taken up again. Allie sensed a different note in it. The gambler Huff now faced her in his position at the table, and behind every card he played there seemed to be intense purpose and tremendous force. Ancliffe soon left the game, but he appeared fascinated where formerly he had been indifferent. Soon it developed that Huff, by his spirit and skill, was driving his opponents, inciting their passion for play, working upon their feelings. Durade seemed the weakest gambler, though he had the best luck. Good luck balanced his excited play. The two other gamblers pitted themselves against Huff. The shadows of evening had begun to darken the room when Durade called for lights. A slim, slow-eyed, pantherish-moving Mexican came in to execute the order. He wore a belt with a knife in it and looked like a brigand. When he had lighted the lamps, he approached Durade and spoke in Spanish. Durade replied in the same tongue. Then the Mexican went out. One of the gamblers lost and arose from the table. "Gentlemen, may I go out for more money and return to the game?" he asked. "Certainly," replied Huff. Durade assented with bad grace. The game went on and grew in interest. Probably the Mexican had reported the fact of its possibilities, or perhaps Durade had sent out word of some nature. For one by one his villainous lieutenants came in, stepping softly, gleaming-eyed. "Durade, have you stopped play outside?" queried Huff. "Supper time. Not much going on," replied Mull. Huff watched the speaker with keen coolness. "I did not address you," he said. Durade, catching the drift, came out of his absorption of play long enough to say that with a big game at hand he did not want to risk any interruption. He spoke frankly, but he did not look sincere. Presently the second gambler announced that he would consider it a favor to be allowed to go out and borrow money. Then he left hurriedly. Durade and Huff played alone, and the luck seesawed from one to the other until both the other players returned. They did not come alone. Two more black-frocked, black-sombreroed, cold-faced individuals accompanied them. "May we sit in?" they asked. "With pleasure," replied Huff. Durade frowned, and the glow left his face. Though the luck was still with him, it was evident that he did not favor added numbers. Yet the man's sensitiveness to any change immediately manifested itself when he won the first large stake. His radiance returned and also his vanity. Huff interrupted the game by striking the table with his hand. The sound seemed hard, metallic, yet his hand was empty. Any attentive observer would have become aware that Huff had a gun up his sleeve, but Durade did not catch the significance. "I object to that man leaning over the table," said Huff, and he pointed to the lounging Fresno. "That so?" leered the ugly giant. He looked bold and vicious. "Do not address me," ordered Huff. Fresno backed away silently from the cold-faced gambler.
Don't mind him, Huff, protested Durade. They're all excited. Big stakes always work them up.
Send them out so we can play without annoyance. No, replied Durade sharply. They can watch the game. Ancliffe, called Huff just as sharply, fetch some of my friends to watch this game. Don't forget Neale and Larry King. Allie, who was watching and listening with strained faculties, nearly fainted at the sudden mention of her lover Neale and her friend Larry. She went blind for a second. The room turned round and round. She thought her heart would burst with joy. The Englishman hurried out. Durade looked up with a passionate and wolfish swiftness. "What do you mean?" "I want some of my friends to watch the game," replied Huff. "But I don't allow that red-headed cowboy gunfighter to come into my place. That is regrettable, for you will make an exception this time. Durade, you don't stand well in Benton." "I do." The Spaniard's eyes glittered. "You insinuate, Senor—" "Yes," interposed Huff, and his cold, deliberate voice dominated the explosive Durade. "Do you remember a gambler named Jones? He was shot in this room. If I should happen to be shot here in the same way, you and your gang would not last long in Benton." Durade's face grew livid with rage and fear. In that moment the mask was off. The nature of the Spaniard stood forth. Another manifest fact was that Durade had not before matched himself against a gambler of Huff's caliber. "Well, are you only a bluff, or do we go on with the game?" inquired Huff. Durade choked back his rage and signified with a motion of his hand that play should be resumed. Allie fastened her eyes upon the door. She was in a tumult of emotion. Despite that, her mind revolved wild and intermittent ideas as to the risk of letting Neale see and recognize her there. Yet her joy was so overpowering that she believed if he entered the door she would rush to him and trust in God to save her, in God and Reddy King. She remembered the cowboy, and a thrill linked all her emotions. Durade and his gang would face a terrible reckoning if Reddy King ever entered to see her there. Moments passed. The gambling went on. The players spoke low. The spectators were silent. Discordant sounds from outside disturbed the quiet. Allie stared fixedly at the door. Presently it opened. Ancliffe entered with several men, all quick in movement, alert of eye. But Neale and Larry King were not among them. Allie's heart sank like lead. The revulsion of feeling, the disappointment, was sickening. She saw Ancliffe shake his head, and divined in the action that he had not been able to find the friends Hough wanted particularly. Then Allie felt the incredible strangeness of being glad that Neale was not to find her there, that Larry was not to throw his guns on Durade's crowd. There might be a chance of her being liberated without violence. This reaction left her weak and dazed for a while. Still she heard the low voices of the gamesters, the slap of cards and clink of gold. Her wits had gone from her ever since the mention of Neale. She floundered in a whirl of thoughts and fears until gradually she recovered self-possession. Whatever instinct or love or spirit had guided her had done so rightly. She had felt Neale's presence in Benton. It was stingingly sweet to realize that. Her heart swelled with pangs of fullest measure. Surely he again believed her dead. Soon he would come upon her, face to face, somewhere. He would learn she was alive, unharmed, true to him with all her soul. Indians, renegade Spaniards, Benton with its terrors, a host of evil men, not these nor anything else could keep her from Neale forever. She had believed that always, but never as now, in the clearness of this beautiful spiritual insight. Behind her belief was something unfathomable, and great. Not the movement of progress as typified by those men who had dreamed of the railroad, nor the spirit of the unconquerable engineers as typified by Neale, nor the wildness of wild youth like Larry King, nor the heroic labor and simplicity and sacrifice of common men, nor the inconceivable passion of these gamblers for gold, nor the mystery hidden in the mad laughter of these fallen women, strange and sad on the night wind. Not any of these things, nor all of them, wonderful and incalculable as they were, loomed so great as the spirit that upheld Allie Lee. When she raised her head again, the gambling scene had changed. Only 3 men played, Hough, Durade, and another. And even as Allie looked, this third player threw his cards into the deck and with silent gesture rose from the table to take a position with the other black-garbed gamblers standing behind Hough. The blackness of their attire contrasted strongly with the whiteness of their faces. They had lost gold, which fact meant little to them. But there was something big and significant in their presence behind Hough. Gamblers leagued against a crooked gambling hell. Durade had lost a fortune, yet not all his fortune. He seemed a haggard, flaming-eyed wreck of the once debonair Durade. His hair was wet and disheveled. His collar was open. His hand wavered. Blood trickled down from his lower lip. He saw nothing except the gold, the cards, and that steel-nerved, gray-faced, implacable Hough. Behind him lined up his gang, nervous, strained, frenzied, with eyes on the gold, hate-filled, murderous eyes. Allie slipped into her room, leaving the door ajar so she could peep out, and there she paced the floor, waiting, listening for what she dared not watch. The gambler Hough would win all that Durade had, and then stake it against her. That was what Allie believed. She had no doubts of Hough's winning her, too, but she doubted if he could take her away. There would be a fight, and if there was a fight, then that must be the end of Durade. For this gambler Hough, with his unshakable nerve, his piercing eyes, his wonderful white hands, swift as light, he would at the slightest provocation kill Durade. Suddenly Allie was arrested by a loud, long suspiration, a heave of heavy breaths in the room of the gamblers. A chair scraped, noisily breaking the silence, which instantly clamped down again. "Durade, you're done." It was the cold, ringing voice of Hough. Allie ran to the door, peeked through the crack. Durade sat there like a wild beast bound. Hough stood erect over a huge golden pile on the table. The others seemed stiff in their tracks. "There's a fortune here," went on Hough, indicating the gold. "All I had, all our gentlemen opponents had, all you had. I've won it all." Durade's eyes seemed glued to that dully glistening heap. He could not even look up at the coldly passionate Hough. "All! All!" echoed Durade. Then Hough, like a striking hawk, bent down toward the Spaniard. "Durade, have you anything more to bet?" Durade was the only man who moved. Slowly he arose, shaking in every limb, and not till he became erect did he unrivet his eyes from that yellow heap on the table. "Senor, do you mock me?" he gasped hoarsely. "I offer you my winnings, all, for the girl you have here." "Are you crazy?" ejaculated the Spaniard. "Certainly. But hurry. Do you accept?" "Senor, I would not sell that girl for all the gold of the Indies," replied Durade instantly. No vacillation, no indecision in him here. Hough's offer held no lure for this Spaniard who had committed many crimes for gold. "But you'll gamble her," asserted Hough. And now indeed his words were mockable. In one splendid gesture he swept his winnings into the middle of the table, and the gold gave out a ringing clash. As a gambler he read the soul of his opponent. Durade's jaw worked convulsively as if he had difficulty in holding it firm enough for utterance. What he would not sell for any price, he would risk on a gambler's strange faith in chance. "All my winnings against this girl," went on Hough relentlessly. Scorn and a taunting dare and an insidious persuasion mingled with the passion of his offer. He knew how to inflame. Durade as a gambler was a weakling in the grasp of a giant. "Come, do you accept?" Durade's body leaped as if an irresistible current had been shot into it.
"Si, Senor," he cried, with power and joy in his voice. In that moment, no doubt the greatest in his life of gambling, he unconsciously went back to the use of his mother tongue. Actuated by one impulse, Hough and Durade sat down at the table. The others crowded around. Fresno lurched close, with a wicked gleam in his eyes.
"I was on to Hough," he said to his nearest ally. "It's a girl he's after."
The gamblers cut the cards for who should deal. Hough won. For him, victory seemed to exist in the suspense of the very silence, in the charged atmosphere of the room. He began to shuffle the cards. His hands were white, shapely, perfect like a woman's, and yet not beautiful. The spirit, the power, the ruthless nature in them had no relation to beauty.
How marvelously swift they moved, too swift for the gaze to follow. And the incomparable dexterity with which he manipulated the cards gave forth the suggestion as to what he could do with them. In those gleaming hands, in the flying cards, in the whole intenseness of the gambler, there showed the power and the intent to win. The crooked Durade had met his match, a match who toyed with him. If there were an element of chance in this short game, it was that of the uncertainty of life, not of Durade's chance to win. He had no chance. No eye, no hand could have justly detected Hough in the slightest deviation from honesty. Yet all about the man in that tense moment proved what a gambler really was. Durade called in a whisper for 2 cards, and he received them with trembling fingers. Terrible hope and exultation transformed his face. "I'll take 3," said Hough calmly. With deliberate care and slowness, in strange contrast to his former motions, he took, one by one, 3 cards from the deck. Then he looked at them, and just as calmly dropped all his cards, face up, on the table, disclosing what he knew to be an unbeatable hand. Durade stared. A thick cry escaped him. Swiftly Hough arose. "Durade, I've won." Then he turned to his friends. "Gentlemen, please pocket this gold." With that he stepped to Allie's door. He saw her peering out. "Come, Miss Lee," he said. Allie stepped out, trembling and unsteady on her feet. The Spaniard now seemed compelled to look up from the gold Hough's comrades were pocketing. When he saw Allie, another slow and remarkable transformation came over him. At first he started slightly at Hough's hand on Allie's arm. The radiance of his strange passion for gold, that had put a leaping glory into his haggard face, faded into a dark and mounting surprise. A blaze burned away the shadows. His eyes betrayed an unsupportable sense of loss and the spirit that repudiated it. For a single instant he was magnificent, and perhaps in that instant race and blood spoke. Then with bewildering suddenness, surely with the suddenness of a memory, he became a black, dripping-faced victim of unutterable and unquenchable hate. Allie recoiled in the divination that Durade saw her mother in her. No memory, no love, no gold, no wager could ever thwart the Spaniard. "Senor, you tricked me," he whispered. "I beat you at your own game," said Hough. "My friends and your men heard the stake, saw the game." "Senor, I would not bet that girl for any stake."
You've lost her. Let me warn you, Durade. Be careful once in your life. You're welcome to what gold is left there.
Durade shoved back the gold so fiercely that he upset the table and its contents jangled on the floor. The spill and the crash of a scattered fortune released Durade's men from their motionless suspense. They began to pick up the coins. The Spaniard was halted by the gleam of a derringer in Hough's hand. Hissing like a snake, Durade stood still, momentarily held back by a fear that quickly gave place to insane rage. "Shoot him!" said Ancliffe with a coolness which proved his foresight. One of Hough's men swung a cane, smashing a lamp. Then with like swift action he broke the other lamp, instantly plunging the room into darkness. This appeared to be the signal for Durade's men to break loose into a mad scramble for the gold. Durade began to scream and rush forward. Allie felt herself drawn backward along the wall through her door. It was not so dark in there. She distinguished Hough and Ancliffe. The latter closed the door. Hough whispered to Allie, though the din in the other room made such caution needless. "Can we get out this way?" he asked. "There's a window," replied Allie. "Ancliffe, open it and get her out. I'll stop Durade if he comes in. Hurry." While the Englishman opened the window, Hough stood in front of the door with both arms extended. Allie could just see his tall form in the pale gloom. Pandemonium had begun in the other room, with Durade screaming for lights, and his men yelling and fighting for the gold, and Hough's friends struggling to get out. But they did not follow Hough into this room, and evidently must have thought he had escaped through the other door. "Come," said Ancliffe, touching Allie. He helped her get out and followed laboriously. Then he softly called to Hough. The gambler let himself down, swiftly and noiselessly. "Now what?" he muttered. They appeared to be in a narrow alley between a house of boards and a house of canvas. Excited voices sounded inside this canvas structure and evidently alarmed Hough, for with a motion he enjoined silence and led Allie through the dark passage out into a gloomy square surrounded by low, dark structures. Ancliffe followed close behind. The night was dark with no stars showing. A cool wind blew in Allie's face, refreshing her after her long confinement. Hough began groping forward. This square had a rough board floor and a skeleton framework. It had been a house of canvas. Some of the partitions were still standing. "Look for a door, any place to get out," whispered Hough to Ancliffe as they came to the opposite side of this square space. Hough, with Allie close at his heels, went to the right while Ancliffe went to the left. Hough went so far, then muttering, drew Allie back again to the point whence they had started. Ancliffe was there. "No place. All boarded up tight," he whispered. "Same on this side. We'll have to listen," exclaimed Ancliffe, holding up his hand. There appeared to be noise all around, but mostly on the other side of the looming canvas house, behind which was the alleyway that led to Durade's hall. Gleams of light flashed through the gloom. Durade's high, quick voice mingled with hoarser and deeper tones. Someone in the canvas house was talking to Durade, who apparently must have been in Allie's room and at her window. "See here, greaser, we ain't harboring any of your outfit. We'll plug the first gent we see," called a surly voice. Durade's staccato tones succeeded it. "Did you see them?" "We heard them getting out the winder." Durade's voice rose high in Spanish curses. Then he called, "Fresno, Mull, take men, go around the street. They can't get away. You, Mex, get down there with the gang." Lower voices answered, questioning, eager but indistinct. Kill him! Bring her back, and you can have the gold," shouted Durade. Following that came the heavy tramp of boots and the low roar of angry men. Huff leaned toward Ancliffe. "They've got us pinned in." "Yes, but it's pretty dark here, and they'll be slow. You watch while I tear a hole through somewhere," replied Ancliffe. He was perfectly cool, and might have been speaking of some casual incident. He extinguished his cigarette, dropped it, and then put on his gloves. Hough loomed tall and dark. His face showed pale in the shadow. He stood with his elbows stiff against his sides, a derringer in each hand. "I wish I had heavier guns," he said. Allie's thrill of emotion spent itself in a shudder of realization. Calmly and chivalrously these two strangers had taken a stand against her enemies, and with a few cool words and actions had accepted whatever might betide. "I must tell you. Oh, I must," she whispered, with her hand on Huck's arm. "I heard you send for Neale and Larry King. It made my heart stop. Neale! Laura Neale is my sweetheart. See, I wear his ring. Reddy King is my dearest friend, my brother." Huck bent low to peer into Allie's face, to see her ring. Then he turned to Ancliffe. "How things work out. I always suspected what was wrong with Neale. Now I know after seeing his girl." "By Jove!" exclaimed Ancliffe. "Well, I'll block Durade's gang. Will you save the girl?" "Assuredly," answered the imperturbable Englishman. "Where shall I take her?" "Where can she be safe? The troop camp?" "No, too far." "Ah, take her to Stanton. Tell Stanton the truth. Stanton will hide her. Then find Neale and King." Huck turned to Allie. "I'm glad you spoke about Neale," he said, and there was a curious softness in his voice. "I owe him a great deal. I like him. Ancliffe will get you out of here and safely back to Neale." Allie knew somehow, from something in his tone, his presence, that he would never leave this gloomy enclosure. She heard Ancliffe ripping a board off the wall or fence, and that sound seemed alarmingly loud. The voices no longer were heard behind the canvas house. The wind whipped through the bare framework. Somewhere at a distance were music and revelry. Benton's night roar had begun. Over all seemed to hang a menacing and ponderous darkness. Suddenly a light appeared moving slowly from the most obscure corner of the square, perhaps 50 paces distant. Hough drew Allie close to Ancliffe. "Get behind me," he whispered. A sharp ripping and splitting of wood told of Ancliffe's progress. Also it located the fugitives for Durade's gang. The light vanished. Quick voices rasped out. Then stealthy feet padded over the boards. Allie saw, or imagined she saw, gliding forms black against the pale gloom. She was so close to Ancliffe that he touched her as he worked. Turning, she beheld a ray of light through an aperture he had made. Suddenly the gloom split to a reddish flare. It revealed dark forms. A gun cracked. Allie heard the heavy thud of a bullet against the wall. Then Hough shot. His derringer made a small, spiteful report. It was followed by a cry, a groan. Other guns cracked. Bullets pattered on the wood. Allie heard the spat of lead striking Hough. It had a sickening sound. He moved as if from a blow. A volley followed, and Allie saw the bright flashes. All about her bullets were whistling and thudding. She knew with a keen horror every time Hough was struck. Hoarse yells and strangling cries mixed with the diminishing shots. Then Ancliffe grasped her and pushed her through the vent he had made. Allie crawled backward, and she could see Hough still standing in front. It seemed that he swayed. Then as she rose, further view was cut off. Although she had not looked around, she was aware of a dimly lighted storeroom. Outside, the shots had ceased. She heard something heavy fall suddenly. Then a patter of quick, light footsteps. Ancliffe essayed to get through the opening feet first. It was a tight squeeze, or else someone held him back. There came a crashing of wood. Ancliffe's body whirled in the aperture and he struggled violently. Allie heard hissing, sibilant Spanish utterances. She stood petrified, certain that Durade had attacked Ancliffe. Suddenly the Englishman crashed through, drawing a supple, twisting, slender man with him. He held this man by the throat with one hand and by the wrist with the other. Allie recognized Durade's Mexican ally. He gripped a knife and the blade was bloody.
Once inside, where Ancliffe could move, he handled the Mexican with deliberate and remorseless ease. Allie saw him twist and break the arm which held the knife. Not that sight, but the eyes of the Mexican made Allie close her own. When she opened them at a touch, Ancliffe stood beside her, and the Mexican lay quivering. Ancliffe held the bloody knife. He hid it under his coat. "Come," he said. His voice seemed thin. "But Hough, we must." Ancliffe's strange gesture froze Allie's lips. She followed him, clung close to him. There were voices near, and persons. All seemed to fall back before the Englishman. He strode on. Indeed, his movements appeared unnatural. They went down a low stairway, out into the dark. Lights were there to the right, and hurrying forms. Ancliffe ran with her in the other direction. Only dim, pale lamps shone through the tents. Down this side street it was quiet and dark. Allie stumbled, would have fallen but for Ancliffe. Yet sometimes he stumbled too. He turned a corner and proceeded rapidly toward bright lights. The houses loomed big. Down that way many people passed to and fro. Allie's senses recognized a new sound, a confusion of music, dancing, hilarity, all distinct, near at hand. She could scarcely keep up with Ancliffe. He did not speak nor look to right or left. At the corner of a large house, a long structure which sent out gleams of light, Ancliffe opened a door and pulled Allie into a hallway, dark near at hand, but brilliant at the other end. He drew her along this passage, striding slower now, and unsteadily. He turned into another hall lighted by lamps. Music and gaiety seemed to sweep stunningly into Allie's face. But Allie saw only one person there, a negress. As Ancliffe halted, the negress rose from her seat. She was frightened. "Call Stanton, quick!" he panted. He thrust gold at her. "Tell no one else." Then he opened the door, pushed Allie into a handsomely furnished parlor, and, closing the door, staggered to a couch, upon which he fell. His face wore a singular look, remarkable for its whiteness. All its weary, careless indifference had vanished. As he lay back, his hands loosed their hold on his coat and fell away, all bloody. The knife slid to the floor. A crimson froth flecked his lips. "Oh, heavens! You were stabbed!" gasped Allie, sinking to her knees. "If Stanton doesn't come in time, tell her what happened. Ask her to fetch Neale to you," he said. He spoke with extreme difficulty, and a fluttering told of blood in his throat. Allie could not speak. She could not pray. But her sight and her perception were abnormally keen. Ancliffe's strange, clear gaze rested upon her, and it seemed to Allie that he smiled, not with lips or face, but in spirit. How strange and beautiful! Then Allie heard a rush of silk at the door. It opened, closed. A woman of fair face, bare of arm and neck, glittering with diamonds, swept into the parlor. She had great, dark blue eyes full of shadows, and they flashed from Ancliffe to Allie and back again. "What happened? You're pale as death." "Ancliffe! Your hands! Your breast! My God!" She bent over him. "Stanton, I've been cut up. And Hough is dead." "Oh, this horrible Benton!" cried the woman. "Don't faint. Hear me.
Remember, we were curious about a girl Durade had at his place. This is she, Allie Lee. She's innocent. Durade held her for revenge. He had loved and hated her mother. Huff won all Durade's gold, and then the girl. Have you had to fight? Stanton, Miss Allie Lee's Neil's sweetheart. He believes her dead. You hide her. Bring Neil to her. Quickly she replied. I promise you, Ancliffe, I promise. How strange what you tell, but not strange for Benton. Ancliffe, speak to me. Oh, he's going. With her first words, a subtle change passed over Ancliffe. It was the release of his will. His whole body sank. Under the intense whiteness of his face, a cold gray shade began to creep. His last conscious instant spent itself in the strange gaze Allie had felt before, and now she had a vague perception that in some way it expressed a blessing and a deliverance. The instant the beautiful light turned inward, as if to illuminate the darkness of his soul, she divined what he had once been, his ruin, his secret and eternal remorse, and the chance to die that had made him great. So forgetful of the other beside her, Allie Lee watched Ancliffe, sustained by a nameless spirit, feeling with tragic pity her duty as a woman, to pray for him, to stay beside him, that he might not be alone when he died. And while she watched, with the fading of that singular radiance, there returned to his face a slow, careless weariness. He's gone, murmured Stanton, rising. A dignity had come to her. Dead. And we knew nothing of him, not his real name or his place. But even Benton could not keep him from dying like an English gentleman. She took Allie by the hand, led her out of the parlor and across the hall into a bedroom. Then she faced Allie, wonderingly, with all a woman's sympathy, and something else that Allie sensed as a sweet and poignant wistfulness. "Are you Neil's sweetheart?" she asked very low. "Oh, please find him for me," sobbed Allie. The tenderness in this woman's voice and look and touch was what Allie needed more than anything, and it made her a trembling child. How strangely, hesitatingly, with closing eyes, this woman reached to fold her in gentle arms. What a tumult Allie felt throbbing in the full breast where she laid her head. Allie Lee. "And he thinks you dead," she murmured brokenly. "I will bring him to you." When she released Allie, years and shadows no longer showed in her face. Her eyes were tear-wet and darkening. Her lips were tremulous. At that moment there was something beautiful and terrible about her. But Allie could not understand. "You stay here," she said. "Be very quiet. I will bring Neale." Opening the door, she paused on the threshold to glance down the hall first and then back at Allie. Her smile was beautiful. She closed the door and locked it. Allie heard the soft swish of silk dying away. Chapter 26 of the UP Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beauty Stanton threw a cloak over her bare shoulders and hurriedly leaving the house by the side entrance, she stood a moment, breathless and excited, in the dark and windy street. She had no idea why she halted there, for she wanted to run. But the instant she got out into the cool night air, a check came to action and thought. Strange sensations poured in upon her. The darkness, lonesome and weird, the wailing wind with its weight of dust, the roar of Benton's main thoroughfare,
and the low, strange murmur, neither musical nor mirthful, behind her, from that huge hall she called her home. Stranger even than these emotions were the swelling and aching of her heart, the glow and quiver of her flesh, thrill on thrill, deep, like bursting pangs of joy never before experienced, the physical sense of a touch, inexplicable in its power. On her bare breast a place seemed to flush and throb and glow. "Ah!" murmured Beauty Stanton. "That girl laid her face here, over my heart. What was I to do?" she murmured. "Oh, yes, to find her sweetheart, Neale." Then she set off rapidly. But if she had possessed wings or the speed of the wind, she could not have kept pace with her thoughts. She turned the corner of the main street and glided among the hurrying throng. Men stood in groups, talking excitedly. She gathered that there had been fights. More than once she was addressed familiarly, but she did not hear what was said. The wide street seemed strange, dark, dismal, the lights yellow and flaring, the wind burdened, the dark tide of humanity raw, wild, animal, unstable. Above the lights and the throngs hovered a shadow, not the mantle of night, nor the dark desert sky. Her steps took familiar ground, yet she seemed not to know this Benton. "Once I was like Allie Lee," she whispered, "not so many years ago." And the dark tide of men, the hurry and din, the wind and dust, the flickering lights, all retreated, spectral-like, to the background of a mind returned to youth, hope, love, home. She saw herself at 18. Yes, Beauty Stanton, even then, possessed of a beauty that was her ruin. At school, the favorite of a host of boys and girls. At home, where the stately oaks were hung with silver moss, and the old colonial house rang with songs of sister and sport of brother, where a sweet-faced, gentle-voiced mother, ah, mother! And at that word the dark tide of men seemed to rise and swell at her, to trample her sacred memory as inevitably and brutally as it had used her body. Only the piercing pang of that memory remained for Beauty Stanton. She was a part of Benton. She was treading the loose boardwalk of the great and vile construction camp. She might draw back from leer and touch, but none the less was she there, a piece of this dark, bold, obscure life. She was a cog in the wheel, a grain of dust in the whirlwind, a morsel of flesh and blood for the hungry maw of a wild and passing monster of progress. Her hurried steps carried her on with her errand. Neale. She knew where to find him. Often she had watched him play, always regretfully, conscious that he did not fit there. His indifference had baffled her as it had piqued her professional vanity. Men had never been indifferent to her. She had seen them fight for her mocking smiles. But Neale, he had been stone to her charm, yet kind, gracious, deferential. Always she had felt strangely shamed when he stood bareheaded before her. Beauty Stanton had foregone respect. Yet respect was what she yearned for. The instincts of her girlhood, surviving, made a whited sepulchre of her present life. She could not bear Neale's indifference, and she had failed to change it. Her infatuation, born of that hot bed of Benton life, had beaten and burned itself to destruction against a higher and better love, the only love of her womanhood. She would have slaved for him, but he had passed her by, absorbed with his own secret, working toward some fateful destiny, lost, perhaps like all the others there. And now she learned that the mystery of him, his secret, was the same old agony of love that sent so many on endless, restless roads. Allie Lee, and he believed her dead. After all the bitterness, life had moments of sweetest joy. Fate was being a little kind to her. Beauty Stanton. It would be from her lips Neale would hear that Allie Lee was alive, innocent, unharmed, faithful to him, waiting for him. Beauty Stanton's soul seemed to soar with the realization of how that news would uplift Neale, craze him with happiness, change his life, save him. He was going to hear the blessed tidings from a woman whom he had scorned. Always afterward, then, he would think of Beauty Stanton with a grateful heart. She was to be the instrument of his salvation. Huff and Ancliffe had died to save Allie Lee from the vile clutch of Benton. But to Beauty Stanton, the woman of ill fame, had been given the power. She gloried in it. Allie Lee was safely hidden in her house. Those tigers of Durade's, on the scent of gold, would tear down all places in Benton before they would dare to attack her house. The iniquity of her establishment furnished a haven for the body and life and soul of innocent Allie Lee. Beauty Stanton marveled at the strange ways of life. If she could have prayed, if she had ever dared to hope for some splendid beauty, some atonement to soften the dark, grim ending of her dark career, it would not have been for so much as fate had now dealt to her. She was overwhelmed with her opportunity. All at once she reached the end of the street. On each side the wall of lighted tents and houses ceased. Had she missed her way, gone down a side street to the edge of the desert? No. The rows of lights behind assured her this was the main street. Yet she was far from the railroad station. The crowds of men hurried by, as always. Before her reached a leveled space, dimly lighted, full of moving objects and noises of hammers and wagons and harsh voices. Then suddenly she remembered. Benton was being evacuated. Tents and houses were being taken down and loaded on trains to be hauled to the next construction camp. Benton's day was done. This was the last night. She had forgotten that the proprietor of her hall, from whom she rented it, had told her that early on the morrow he would take it down, section by section, load it on the train, and put it together again for her in the next town. In 48 hours Benton would be a waste place of board floors, naked frames, debris and sand, ready to be reclaimed by the desert. It would be gone like a hideous nightmare, and no man would believe what had happened there. The gambling hell where she had expected to find Neale had vanished in a few hours, as if by magic. Beauty Stanton retraced her steps. She would find Neale in one of the other places, the big tent, perhaps. This hall was unusually crowded, and the scene had a number of men, though not the women in the hilarity and the gold that was characteristic of payday in Benton. All the tables in the gambling room were occupied. Beauty Stanton stepped into this crowded room, her golden head uncovered, white and rapt and strangely dark-eyed, with all the beauty of her girlhood returned, and added to it that of a woman transformed, supreme in her crowning hour. As a bad woman, infatuated and piqued, she had failed to allure Neale to baseness. Now, as a good woman, with pure motives, she would win his friendship, his eternal gratitude. Stanton had always been a target for eyes, yet never as now, when she drew every gaze like a dazing light in a dark room. As soon as she saw Neale, she forgot everyone else in that hall. He was gambling. He did not look up. His brow was somber and dark. She approached, stood behind him. Some of the players spoke to her familiarly, as was her bitter due. Then Neale turned apparently to bow with his old courtesy. Thrill on thrill coursed over her. Always he had shown her respect, deference. Her heart was full. She had never before enjoyed a moment like this. She was about to separate him from the baneful and pernicious life of the camps, to tender him a gift of unutterable happiness, to give all of him back to the work of the great railroad. She put a trembling hand on his shoulder, bent over him. "Neale, come with me," she whispered. He shook his head. "Yes, yes," she returned, her voice thrilling with emotion. Wearily, with patient annoyance, he laid down his cards and looked up. His dark eyes held faint surprise and something that she thought might be pity. "Miss Stanton, pardon me, but please understand, no." Then he turned and, picking up his cards, resumed the game. Beauty Stanton suffered a sudden, vague check. It was as if a cold thought was trying to enter a warm and glowing mind. She found speech difficult. She could not get off the track of her emotional flight. Her woman's wit lacked. Knowledge of men would not operate. "Neale, come with me," she cried brokenly. "There's..." Some man laughed coarsely. That did not mean anything to Stanton until she saw how it affected Neale. His face flushed red and his hands clenched the cards.
Say, Neale,
Spoke up this brutal gamester with a sneer.
never mind us. Go along with your lady friend. You're ahead of the game, as I reckon she sees."
Neale threw the cards in the man's face. Then rising, he bent over to slap him so violently as to knock him off his chair. The crash stilled the room. Every man turned to watch. Neale stood up, his right arm down menacingly. The gambler arose, cursing, but made no move to draw a weapon. Beauty Stanton could not, to save her life, speak the words she wanted to say. Something impeding, totally unexpected, seemed to have arisen. "Neale, come with me," was all she could say. "No!" he declared vehemently, with a gesture of disgust and anger. That, following the coarse implication of the gambler, conveyed to Stanton what all these men imagined. The fools! The fools! A hot, vibrating change occurred in her emotion, but she controlled it. Neale turned his back upon her. The crowd saw, and many laughed. Stanton felt the sting of her pride, the leap of her blood. She was misunderstood, but what was that to her? As Neale stepped away, she caught his arm, held him while she tried to get close to him so she could whisper. He shook her off. His face was black with anger. He held up one hand in a gesture that any woman would have understood and hated. It acted powerfully upon Beauty Stanton. Neale believed she was importuning him. To him her look, whisper, touch had meant only the same as to these coarse human animals, gaping and grinning as they listened. The sweetest and best and most exalted moment she had ever known was being made bitter as gall, sickening, hateful. She must speak openly. She must make him understand. "Allie Lee! At my house!" burst out Stanton. And then, as if struck by lightning, she grew cold, stiff-lipped. The change in Neale was swift, terrible. Not comprehension, but passion transformed him into a gray-faced man, amazed, furious, agonized, acting in seeming righteous and passionate repudiation of a sacrilege. His voice hurled out a hideous name, the one epithet that could inflame and burn and curl Beauty Stanton's soul into hellish revolt. Gray as ashes, fire-eyed, he appeared about to kill her. He struck her hard across the mouth. "Don't breathe that name!" Beauty Stanton's fear suddenly broke. Blindly she ran out into the street. She fell once, jostled against a rail. The lights blurred. The street seemed wavering.
The noise about her filtered through deadened ears. The stalking figures before her were indistinct and unreal. "He struck me. He called me," she gasped, and the exaltation of the last hour vanished as if it had never been. All the passion of her stained and evil years leaped into ascendancy. "Hell! Hell! I'll have him knifed. I'll see him die. I'll wet my hands in his blood. I'll spit in his face as he dies." So she gasped out, staggering along the street toward her house. There's no flame of hate so sudden and terrible and intense as that of the lost woman. Beauty Stanton's blood had turned to vitriol. Men had wronged her, ruined her, dragged her down into the mire. One by one during her dark career, the long procession of men she had known had each taken something of the good and the virtuous in her, only to leave behind something evil in exchange. She was what they had made her. Her soul was a bottomless gulf, black and bitter as the Dead Sea. Her heart was a volcano, seething, turgid, full of contending fires. Her body was a receptacle into which Benton had poured its dregs. The weight of all the iron and stone used in the construction of the great railroad was the burden upon her shoulders. These dark streams of humanity passing her in the street, these beasts of men, these hairy-breasted toilers, had found in her and her kind the strength or the incentive to endure, to build, to go on. And one of them, stupid, selfish, merciless, a man whom she had really loved, who could have made her better, to whom she had gone with only hope for him and unselfish abnegation for herself. He had put a vile interpretation upon her appeal. He had struck her before a callous crowd. He had called her the name for which there was no pardon from her class, a name that evoked all the furies and the powers of hell. Oh, to cut him! To torture him, to burn him alive. But it would not be enough, she panted. And into the mind that had been lately fixed in happy consciousness of her power of good, there flashed 1,000 scintillating, coruscating gleams of evil thought. And then came a crowning one, an inspiration straight from hell. "By God, I'll make of Allie Lee the thing I am. The thing he struck, the thing he named." The woman in Beauty Stanton ceased to be. All that breathed in that hour was what men had made her. Revenge, only a word. Murder, nothing. Life, an implacable, inexplicable, impossible flux and reflux of human passion. Reason, intelligence, nobility, love, womanhood, motherhood, all the heritage of her sex had been warped by false and abnormal and terrible strains upon her physical and emotional life. No tigress, no cannibal, no savage, no man, no living creature except a woman of race who knew how far she had fallen, could have been capable of Beauty Stanton's deadly and immutable passion to destroy. Thus life and nature avenged her. Her hate was immeasurable. She who could have walked naked and smiling down the streets of Benton, or out upon the barren desert to die for the man she loved, had in her inconceivable and mysterious passion of the fallen woman. She could become a flame, a scourge, a fatal wind, a devastation. She was fire to man, to her own sex, ice. Stanton reached her house and entered. Festivities in honor of the last night of Benton were already riotously in order. She placed herself well back in the shadow and watched the wide door. "The first man who enters, I'll give him this key," she hissed. She was unsteady on her feet. All her frame quivered. The lights in the hall seemed to have a reddish tinge. She watched.
Several men passed out. Then a tall, stalking form appeared, entering. A ball of fire in Stanton's breast leaped and burst. She had recognized in that entering form the wildest, the most violent, and the most dangerous man in Benton, Larry Red King. Stanton stepped forward, and for the first time in the cowboy's presence she did not experience that singular chill of gloom which he was wont to inspire in her. Her eyes gloated over King, tall, lean, graceful, easy, with his flushed, ruddy face and his flashing blue eyes and the upstanding red hair. He looked exactly what he was, a handsome red devil, fearing no man or thing, hell-bent in his cool, reckless wildness. He appeared to be half drunk. Stanton was trained to read the faces of men who entered there, and what she saw in King's added the last and crowning throb of joy to her hate. If she had been given her pick of the devils in Benton, she would have selected this stalking, gun-packing cowboy. "Larry, I've a new girl here," she said. "Come." "Evening, Miss Stanton," he drawled. He puffed slightly, after the manner of men under the influence of liquor, and a wicked, boyish, heated smile crossed his face. She led him easily, but his heavy gun bumped against her, giving her little cold shudders. The passage opened into a wide room, which in turn opened into her dancing hall. She saw strange, eager, dark faces among the men present, but in her excitement she did not note them particularly. She led Larry across the wide room, up a stairway to another hall, and down this to the corner of an intersecting passageway. "Take this key," she whispered. Her hand shook. She felt herself to be a black and monstrous creature. All of Benton seemed driving her. She was another woman. This was her fling at a rotten world, her slap in Neale's face. But she could not speak again. Her lips failed. She pointed to a door. She waited long enough to see the stalking, graceful cowboy Chapter 27 of the UP Trail by Zane Grey. This recording is in the public domain. For many moments after the beautiful bare-armed woman closed and locked the door, Allie Lee sat in ecstasy, in trembling anticipation of Neale. Gradually, however, in intervals of happy mind wanderings, other thoughts intruded. This little bedroom affected her singularly, and she was at a loss to account for the fact. It did not seem that she was actually afraid to be there, for she was glad. Fear of Durade and his gang recurred, but she believed that the time of her deliverance was close at hand. Possibly Durade, with some of his men, had been killed in the fight with Hough. Then she remembered having heard the Spaniard order Fresno and Mull to go round by the street. They must be on her trail at this very moment. Ancliffe had been seen, and not much time could elapse before her whereabouts would be discovered. But Allie bore up bravely. She was in the thick of grim and bloody and horrible reality. Those brave men, strangers to her, had looked into her face, questioned her, then had died for her. It was all so unbelievable. In another room close by lay Ancliffe, dead. Allie tried not to think of him, of the remorseless way in which he had killed the Mexican, of the contrast between this action and his gentle voice and manner. She tried not to think of the gambler Hough, the cold, iron cast of his face as he won Durade's gold, the strange, intent look which he gave her a moment before the attack. There was something magnificent in Ancliffe's bringing her to a refuge while he was dying. There was something magnificent in Huff's standing off the gang. Allie divined that through her these two men had fought and died for something in themselves as well as for her honor and life. The little room seemed a refuge for Allie, yet it was oppressive, as had been the atmosphere of the parlor where Ancliffe lay. But this oppressiveness was not death. Allie had become familiar with death near at hand. This refuge made her flesh creep. The room was not the home of anyone. It was not inhabited. It was not livable. Yet it contained the same kind of furniture Durade had bought for her, and it was clean and comfortable. Still Allie shrank from touching anything. Through the walls came the low, strange, discordant din to which she had become accustomed, an intense, compelling blend of music, song, voice, and step actuated by one spirit. Then at times she imagined she heard distant hammering and the slap of a falling board. Probably Allie had not stayed in this room many moments, and she began to feel that she had been there hours. Surely the woman would return soon with Neale, and the very thought drove all else out of her mind, leaving her palpitating with hope, sick with longing. Footsteps outside distracted her from the nervous, dreamy mood. Someone was coming along the hall. Her heart gave a wild bound, then sank. The steps passed by her door. She heard the thick, maudling voice of a man and the hollow, trilling laugh of a girl. Allie's legs began to grow weak under her. The strain, the suspense, the longing grew to be too much for her and occasioned a revulsion of feeling. She had let her hopes carry her too high. Suddenly the door handle rattled and turned. Allie was brought to a stifling expectancy, motionless in the center of the room. Someone was outside of the door. Could it be Neale? It must be. Her sensitive ears caught short, puffing breaths, then the click of a key in the lock. Allie stood there in an anguish of suspense, with the lift of her heart almost suffocating her. Like a leaf in the wind, she quivered. Whoever was out there fumbled at the key. Then the lock rasped, the handle turned, the door opened. A tall man swaggered in, with head bent sideways, his hand removing the key from the lock. Before he saw Allie, he closed the door. With that, he faced around. Allie recognized the red face, the flashing eyes, the flaming hair. "Larry!" she cried with bursting heart. She took a quick step, ready to leap into his arms, but his violent start checked her. Larry staggered back, put a hand out. His face was heated and flushed as Allie had never seen it. A stupid surprise showed there. Slowly his hand moved up to cross his lips, to brush through his red hair. Then with swifter movement it swept back to feel the door as if he wanted the touch of tangible things. "Reckon I'm seeing 'em again," he muttered to himself. "Oh, Larry, I'm Allie Lee," she cried, holding out her hands. She saw the color fade out of his face. A shock seemed to go over his body. He took a couple of dragging strides toward her. His eyes had the gaze of a man who did not believe what he saw. The hand he reached out shook. "I'm no ghost. Larry, don't you know me?" she faltered. Indeed, he must have thought her a phantom. Great clammy drops stood out upon his brow. "Dear old redhead," she whispered brokenly, with a smile of agony and joy. He would know her when she spoke that way, called him the name she had tormented him with, the name no one else would have dared to use. Then she saw he believed in her reality. His face began to work. She threw her arms about him. She gave up to a frenzy of long deterred happiness. Where Larry was, there would Neale be. "Allie, it ain't you?" he asked hoarsely as he hugged her close. "Oh, Larry, yes, yes. And I'll die of joy," she whispered.
Then you sure ain't dead, he went on incredulously. How sweet to Allie was the old familiar Southern drawl. Dead? Never. Why, I've kissed you, and you haven't kissed me back. She felt his breast heave as he lifted her off her feet to kiss her awkwardly, boyishly. Sure, the world's coming to an end, but maybe I'm only drunk. He held her close, towering over her, while he gazed around him and down at her, shaking his head, muttering again in bewilderment. Reddy, dear, where's Neale? She breathed all her heart in her voice. As he released her, Allie felt a difference. His whole body seemed to gather, to harden, to vibrate, as if he had been stung. My God, he whispered in hoarse accents of amaze and horror. Is it you, Allie? Here? Of course it's I, replied Allie blankly. His face turned white to the lips. Reddy, what in the world is wrong? She gasped, beginning to wring her hands. Suddenly he leaped at her. With rude iron grasp he forced her back, under the light, and fixed piercing eyes upon her. He bent closer. Allie was frightened, yet fascinated. His gaze hurt with its intensity, its strange, penetrating power. Allie could not bear it. Allie, look at me, he said low and hard, for I reckon you mightn't have very long to live. Allie struggled weakly. He looked so gray, grim, and terrible, but she could resist neither his strength nor his spirit. She lay quiet and met the clear, strange fire of his eyes. In a few swift moments he had changed utterly. Larry, aren't you drunk? She faltered. I was, but now I'm sober. Girl, kiss me again. In wonder and fear, Allie complied, now flushing scarlet. I was never so happy, she whispered. But Larry, you frightened me. Happy? Ejaculated Larry. Then he let her go and stood up, breathing hard. There's a hell of a lie here somewheres, but it ain't in you. Larry, talk sense. I'm weak from long waiting. Oh, tell me of Neale. What a strange, curious, incomprehensible glance he gave her. Allie, Neale's here in Benton. I can take you to him in 10 minutes. You want me to? Want you to? Reddy, I'll die if you don't take me. At once, she cried in anguish. Again Larry loomed over her. This time he took her hands. How long have you been here before I came? He asked. Half an hour, perhaps, maybe less. But it seemed long. Do you know what kind of house you're in? Is your room what it means? He went on, very low and huskily. No, I don't, she replied instantly, with sudden curiosity. Questions and explanations rushed to her lips, but this strangely acting Larry dominated her. No other man came in here? I was the first? Yes. Then Larry King seemed to wrestle with himself, with the hold drink had upon him, with that dark and sinister oppression so thick in the room. Allie thrilled to see his face grow soft and light up with the smile she remembered. How strange to feel in Larry King a spirit of gladness, of gratefulness for something beyond her understanding. Again he drew her close, and Allie, keen to read and feel him, wondered why he seemed to want to hide the sight of his face. Well, I reckon I was nigh on to being drunk, he said haltingly. Sure is a bad habit of mine, Allie. Makes me feel a lot of guff, just the same as it makes me see snakes and things. I'll quit drinking, Allie. Never will touch liquor again, if you'll just forgive. He spoke gently, huskily, with tears in his voice, and he broke off completely. Forgive? Larry, boy, there's nothing to forgive, except you're not hurrying me to him. She felt the same violent start in him. He held her a moment longer. Then, when he let go of her and stepped back, Allie saw the cowboy as of old, cool and easy, yet somehow menacing, as he had been that day the stranger rode into Slingerland's camp. "Allie, that woman Stanton locked you in here?" queried Larry. "Yes. Didn't she?" Larry's quick gesture enjoined silence. Stealthy steps sounded out in the hall. They revived Allie's fear of Durade and his men. It struck her suddenly that Larry must be ignorant of the circumstances that had placed her there. The cowboy unlocked the door, peeped out. As he turned, how clear and cold his blue eyes flashed. "I'll get you out of here," he whispered. "Come." They went out. The passage was empty. Allie clung closely to him. At the corner where the halls met, he halted to listen. Only the low hum of voices came up. "Larry, I must tell you," whispered Allie. "Durade and his gang are after me. Fresno, Mull, Black, Davis. You know them." "I reckon," he replied, swallowing hard. "My God, you poor little girl, with that gang after you. And Stanton. I see all now. She says to me, 'Larry, I've a new girl here.' Well, Beauty Stanton, that was a bad deal for you. Damn your soul." Trembling, Allie opened her lips to speak, but again the cowboy motioned her to be quiet. He need not have done it, for he suddenly seemed terrible, wild, deadly, rendering her mute. "Allie, if I call to you, duck behind me and hold on to me. I'll take you out of here." Then he put her on his left side and led her down the right-hand passage toward the wide room Allie remembered. She looked on into the dance hall. Larry did not hurry. He sauntered carelessly, yet Allie felt how intense he was. They reached the head of the stairway. The room was full of men and girls. The woman Stanton was there, and wheeling, she uttered a cry that startled Allie. Was this white, glaring-eyed, drawn-faced woman the one who had gone for Neale? Allie began to shake. She saw and heard with startling distinctness. The woman's cry had turned every face toward the stairway, and the buzz of voices ceased. Stanton ran to the stairway, started up and halted, raising a white arm in passionate gesture. "Where are you taking that girl?" she called stridently. Larry stepped down, drawing Allie with him. "I'm taking her to Neale." Stanton shrieked and waved her arms. Indeed, she seemed another woman from the one upon whose breast Allie had laid her head just a little while before. "No, you won't take her to Neale," cried Stanton. The cowboy stepped down slowly, guardedly, but he kept on. Allie saw men run out of the crowded dance hall into the open space behind Stanton. Dark, hateful, well-remembered faces of Fresno, Mull, Black. Allie pressed the cowboy's arm to warn him, and he, letting go of her, appeared to motion her behind him. "Stanton, get out of my way," yelled Larry. His voice rang with a wild, ruthless note. It carried far and stiffened every figure except that of the frantic woman. With convulsed face, purple in its fury, and the hot eyes of a beast of prey, she ran right up at the cowboy, heedless of the gun he held leveled low down. He shot her. She swayed backward, uttering a low and horrible cry, and even as she swayed, her face blanched and her eyes changed. She fell heavily, with her golden hair loosening and her bare white arms spreading wide. Then in the horror-stricken silence she lay there, still conscious, but with an awful, hunted realization in the eyes fixed upon the cowboy, a great glowing splotch of blood darkening the white of her dress. Larry King did not look at Stanton, and he kept moving down the steps. He was walking faster now, and he drew Allie behind him. The first of that stunned group to awake to action was the giant Fresno. as, with blind, unreasoning passion, he attempted to draw upon the cowboy. The boom of Larry's big gun and the crash of Fresno as he fell woke the spellbound crowd into an uproar. Screaming women and shouting men rushed madly back into the dance hall. Larry turned toward the hallway leading to the street. Mull and Black began to shoot as he turned and hit him, for Allie, holding fast to him, felt the vibrating shock of his body. With two swift shots, Larry killed both men. Mull fell across the width of the hall, and as Allie stumbled over his body, she looked down to see his huge head, his ruddy face, and the great ox eyes rolling and ghastly. In that brief glance she saw him die. The cowboy strode fast now. Allie, with hands clenched in his coat, clung desperately to him. Hollow booms of guns filled the passageway, and hoarse shouts of alarmed men sounded from the street. Burned powder smoke choked Allie. The very marrow of her bones seemed curdled. She saw the red belches of fire near and far. She passed a man floundering and bellowing on the floor. She felt Larry jerk back as if struck, and then something hot grazed her shoulder. A bullet had torn clear through him from breast to back. He staggered, but he went on. Another man lay on the threshold of the wide door, his head down the step and his pallid face blood-streaked. A smoking gun lay near his twitching hand. That pallid face belonged to Deas. Larry King staggered out into an empty street, looking up and down. "Well, I reckon that's about all," he drawled with low, strangled utterance. Then, swaying from side to side, he strode swiftly, almost falling forward, holding tight to Allie. They drew away from the brighter lights. Allie was dimly aware of moving forms ahead and across the street. Once fearfully she looked back to see if they were followed. The cowboy halted, tottering against a house. He seemed pale and smiling. "Run, Allie," he whispered. "No, no, no," she replied, clinging to him. "You're shot. Oh, Larry, come on." "Hell, my pard Neale." His head fell back hard against the wood and his body, sagging, lodged there. Life had passed out of the gray face. Larry Red King died standing, with a gun in each hand, and the name of his friend the last word upon his lips. "Oh, Larry, Larry," moaned Allie. She could not run. She could scarcely walk. Dark forms loomed up. Her strength failed, and as she reeled, sinking down, rude hands grasped her. Above her bent the gleaming face.
Chapter 28 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beauty Stanton opened her eyes to see blue sky through the ragged vents of a worn-out canvas tent. An unusual quietness all around added to the strange unreality of her situation. She heard only a low, mournful seeping of wind-blown sand. Where was she? What had happened? Was this only a vivid, fearful dream? She felt stiff, unable to move. Did a ponderous weight hold her down? Her body seemed immense, full of dull, horrible ache, and she had no sensation of lower limbs except a creeping cold. Slowly she moved her eyes around. Yes, she was in a tent, an abandoned tent, old, ragged, dirty, and she lay on the bare ground. Through a wide tear in the canvas she saw a stretch of flat ground covered with stakes and boards and denuded frameworks and piles of debris. Then grim reality entered her consciousness. Benton was evacuated.
Benton was depopulated. Benton, houses, tents, people had moved away. During her unconsciousness, perhaps while she had been thought dead, she had been carried to this abandoned tent. A dressing gown covered her, the one she always put on in the first hours after arising. The white dress she had worn last night was it last night? Still adorned her, but all her jewelry had been taken. Then she remembered being lifted to a couch and cried over by her girls, while awestruck men came to look at her and talk among themselves. But she had heard how the cowboy's shot had doomed her, how he had fought his way out, only to fall dead in the street and leave the girl to be taken by Durade. Now Beauty Stanton realized that she had been left alone in an abandoned tent of an abandoned camp to die. She became more conscious then of dull physical agony, but neither fear of death nor thought of pain occupied her mind. That suddenly awoke to remorse. With the slow ebbing of her life, evil had passed out. If she had been given a choice between the salvation of her soul and to have Neale with her in her last moments, to tell him the truth, to beg his forgiveness, to die in his arms, she would have chosen the latter. Would not some trooper come before she died, someone to whom she could entrust a message, some grave digger? For the great U.P.R. buried the dead it left in its bloody tracks. With strange, numb hands Stanton searched the pockets of her dressing gown, to find, at length, a little account book with pencil attached. Then, with stiffened fingers but acute mind, she began to write to Neale. As she wrote, into each word went something of the pang, the remorse, the sorrow, the love she felt. And when that letter was ended, she laid the little book on her breast and knew for the first time in many years peace. She endured the physical agony. She did not cry out or complain or repent or pray. Most of the spiritual emotion and life left in her had gone into the letter. Memory called up only the last moments of her life, when she saw Ancliffe die, when she folded innocent Allie Lee to her breast that had always yearned for a child, when Neale in his monstrous stupidity had misunderstood her, when he had struck her before the grinning crowd and in burning words branded her with the one name unpardonable to her class, when at the climax of a morbid and all-consuming hate, a hate of the ruined woman whose body and mind had absorbed the vile dregs, the dark fire and poison of lustful men. She had inhumanly given Allie Lee to the man she had believed the wildest, most depraved, and most dangerous brute in all Benton. When this Larry King, by some strange fatality, becoming as great as he was wild, had stalked out to meet her like some red and terrible death. She remembered now that strange icy gloom and shudder she had always felt in the presence of the cowboy. Within her vitals now was the same cold, deadly, sickening sensation, and it was death. Always she had anticipated it, but vaguely, unrealizingly. Larry King had lifted the burden of her life. She would have been glad if only Neale had understood her. That was her last wavering, conscious thought. Now she drifted from human consciousness to the instinctive physical struggle of the animal to live, and that was not strong. There came a moment, the last between life and death, when Beauty Stanton's soul lingered on the threshold of its lonely and eternal pilgrimage, and then drifted across the gray shadows into the unknown, out to the great beyond. Casey leaned on his spade while he wiped the sweat from his brow and regarded his ally, McDermott. Between them yawned a grave they had been digging, and near at hand a long, quiet form wrapped in old canvas. "Mac, I'll be damned if I like this job," said Casey, drawing hard at his black pipe. "Yes, want to be a director of the U.P.R., huh?" replied McDermott.
Sure, and I've did every job but run an engine. It's imposed on we are, Mac. Them troopers never work. Why wouldn't they plant these stiffs?
Casey, I reckon no one's bossing us. Benton picked up and moved yesterday. And we'll be going soon with the gravel train. It's only decent of us to bury the remains of Benton. And sure yous ought to be glad to see that awful red-head cowboy go under the ground.
And for why? Queried Casey. Didn't you throw a gun on yez once and scare the daylights out of yez? Mac, I was as cool as a cucumber. And as to burying Larry King, I'm proud and sorry. He was Neil's friend. My God, but he weren't worth chain lightning, Casey. They said he shot the woman Stanton, too. Mac, there was a dumb lie, I bet, replied Casey. He shot up Stanton's hall, and a bullet from some of them what was fighting him must have hit her. Maybe, but it were bad business. That cowboy hit every one of them fellers in the same place. Sure they never blinked afterward. And Mac, the best and dirtiest job we've had on this U.P. was the planting of them fellers.
Casey's huge hand indicated a row of freshly filled graves over which the desert sand was seeping. Then, dropping his spade, he bent to the quiet figure.
Lay hold, Mac.
They lowered the corpse into the hole. Casey stood up, making a sign of the cross before him.
He were a man.
Then they filled the grave.
Mac, wouldn't it be decent to mark where Larry King's buried? A stone or a wooden cross with his name.
McDermott winked his red brow and scratched his sandy beard. Then he pointed.
Casey, what's the use? See, the blowing sands have covered all the graves. Mac, you was always hell at shirking work. Come on now. Drill, you terrier, drill.
They quickly dug another long, narrow hole. Then, taking a rude stretcher, they plodded away in the direction of a dilapidated tent that appeared to be the only structure left of Benton. Casey entered ahead of his comrade.
That's strange.
What? Queried McDermott.
Didn't you cover her face when we laid her down here? Sure and I did, Casey. And that face has a different look now. Mac, see here.
Casey stooped to pick up a little book from the woman's breast. His huge fingers opened it with difficulty.
Mac, there's writing in it, he exclaimed. Well, read, baboon. Oh, I can read it, though I ain't much of a writer myself, replied Casey, and then laboriously began to decipher the writing. He halted suddenly and looked keenly at McDermott. What the devil? Begorra, it's to me friend Neil. And a love letter. And, well, keep it then, for Neil, and be decent enough to read no more.
Lifting Beauty Stanton, they carried her out into the sunlight. Her white face was a shadowed and tragic record.
Mac, she was sure a handsome woman, said Casey. And a lady. Casey was always sorry for somebody. That Stanton was a beauty, and she maybe was a lady. But she was dumb bad.
Mac, I knowed long ago that the milk of human kindness had curdled in yous, and yous have no brains.
I'm as intelligent as yous any day, retorted McDermott. Then why hadn't you seen that this poor woman was alive when we packed her out here? She come to and wrote that letter to Neil. Then she died. My God, Casey, yous ain't meaning it, ejaculated McDermott, aghast.
Casey nodded grimly and then knelt to listen at Stanton's breast.
Stone dead now, that's sure.
For her shroud, these deliberate men used strippings of canvas from the tent, and then carrying her up the bare and sandy slope, they lowered her into the grave next to the one of the cowboy. Again Casey made a sign of the cross. He worked longer at the filling in than his comrade, and patted the mound of sand hard and smooth. When he finished, his pipe was out. He relighted it.
Well, Beauty Stanton, sure yous have a cleaner grave than yous had a bed. Nice white desert sand. and presently no man will ever know where you've come to lay." The laborers shouldered their spades and plodded away. The wind blew steadily in from the desert, seeping the sand in low, thin sheets. Afternoon waned. The sun sank. Twilight crept over the barren waste. There were no sounds but the seep of sand, the moan of wind, the mourn of wolf. Loneliness came with the night that mantled Beauty Stanton's grave. Shadows trooped in from the desert and the darkness grew black. On that slope the wind always blew, and always the sand seeped, dusting over everything, imperceptibly changing the surface of the earth. The desert was still at work. Nature was no respecter of graves. Life was nothing. Radiant, cold stars blinked piteously out of the vast blue-black vault of heaven. But there hovered a spirit beside this woman's last resting place, a spirit like the night, sad, lonely, silent, mystical, immense. And as it hovered over hers, so it hovered over other nameless graves. In the eternal workshop of nature, the tenants of these unnamed and forgotten graves would mingle dust of good with dust of evil, and by the divinity of death resolve equally into the elements again. The place that had known Benton knew it no more. Coyotes barked dismally down what had been the famous street of the camp and prowled in and out of the piles of debris and frames of wood. Gone was the low, strange roar that had been neither music nor mirth nor labor. Benton remained only a name. The sun rose upon a squalid scene, a wide, flat area where stakes and floors and frames mingled with all the flotsam and jetsam left by a hurried and profligate populace moving on to another camp. Daylight found no man there, nor any living creature, and all day the wind blew the dust and sheets of sand over the place where had reigned such strife of toil and gold and lust and blood and death. A train passed that day, out of which engineer and fireman gazed with wondering eyes at what had been Benton. Like a mushroom it had arisen, and like a dust storm on the desert wind it had roared away, bearing its freight of labor, of passion, and of evil. Benton had become a name, a fabulous name. But nature seemed more merciful than life, for it began to hide what men had left, the scars of habitations where hell had held high carnival. Sunset came, then night and the starlight. The lonely hours were winged as if in hurry to resolve back into the elements the flimsy remains.
Chapter 29 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Casey left Benton on the work train. It was composed of a long string of box and flat cars loaded with stone, iron, gravel, ties, all necessaries for the upkeep of the road. The engine was at the rear end, pushing instead of pulling, and at the extreme front end there was a flat car loaded with gravel. A number of laborers rode on this car, among whom was Casey. In labor or fighting, this Irishman always gravitated to the fore. All along the track, from outside of Benton to the top of the long, slow rise of desert, were indications of the fact that Indians had torn up the track or attempted to derail trains. The signs of Sioux had become such an everyday matter in the lives of the laborers that they were indifferent and careless. Thus isolated, unprotected groups of men, out some distance from the work train, often were swooped down upon by Indians and massacred. The troopers had gone on with the other trains that carried Benton's inhabitants and habitations. Casey and his comrades had slow work of it, going westward, as it was necessary to repair the track and at the same time to keep vigilant watch for the Sioux. They expected the regular train from the east to overtake them, but did not even see it smoke. There must have been a wreck or telegraph messages to hold it back at Medicine Bow. Toward sunset, the work train reached the height of desert land that sloped in long, sweeping lines down to the base of the hills. At this juncture, a temporary station had been left in the shape of several box cars where the telegraph operators and a squad of troopers lived. As the work train lumbered along to the crest of this heave of barren land, Casey observed that someone at the station was excitingly waving a flag. Thereupon Casey, who acted as brakeman, signaled the engineer.
"Dom curious, that,"
Remarked Casey to his comrade McDermott.
"Them operators knowed we'd stop anyway. Injuns!"
exclaimed McDermott. That was the opinion of the several other laborers on the front car, and when the work train halted, that car had run beyond the station a few rods. Casey and his comrades jumped off. A little group of men awaited them. The operator, a young fellow named Collins, was known to Casey. He stood among the troopers, pale-faced and shaking. "Casey, who's in charge of the train?" he asked nervously. The Irishman's grin enlarged, making it necessary for him to grasp his pipe.
"Sure, the engineer's boss of the train, and I'm boss of the gang."
More of the work train men gathered round the group, and the engineer, with his fireman, approached. "You've got to hold up here," said Collins. Casey removed his pipe to refill it.
"Uh-huh,"
he grunted. "Wire from Medicine Bow. Ordered to stop General Lodge's train. 300 Sioux in ambush near this station. Lodge's train between here and Roaring City," breathlessly went on the operator.
"And the message come from Medicine Bow?"
ejaculated Casey, while his men gaped and muttered.
"Yes, but it must have been sent here last night. But O'Neill, the night operator, was dead, murdered by Indians while we slept."
"That's hell," replied Casey seriously, as he lit his pipe. "The message went through to Medicine Bow. Stacy down there sent it back to me. I tried to get Hills at Roaring City. No go. The wire's cut."
"And sure the general's train is left. What's that new camp? Roaring what?"
"Roaring City. General Lodge went through 2 days ago with a private train. He had soldiers, as usual, but no force to stand off 300 Sioux, or even 100.
"Well, the general must have left Roaring Camp, else that message never would have come."
"So I think. Now, what on earth can we do? The engineer of his train can't stop for orders short of this station, for the reason that there are no stations."
"And them Sioux's in ambush near here?"
queried Casey reflectively.
"Sure that could be in only one place. I remember that higher, narrow pass."
"Right. It's steep, up grade coming east. Train can be blocked. General Lodge with his staff and party and his soldiers would be massacred without a chance to fight. That pass always bothered us for fear of ambush. Now the Sioux have come west far enough to find it. No chance on earth for a train there, not if it carried 1,000 soldiers."
"Well, if the general and company was stoppage somewhere beyond that pass,"
queried Casey shrewdly as he took a deep pull at his pipe, "then at least they could fight. They've stood off attacks before. They might hold out for the train following, or even run back."
"Then, Collins, we've only got to stop the general's train before it reaches that dumb trap."
"But we can't," cried Collins. "The wire's cut. It wouldn't help matters if it weren't. I thought when I saw your train we might risk sending the engine on alone. But your engine is behind all these loaded cars. No switch. Oh, it's damnable."
"Collins, there's more damnable things than you's ever heard of. I'll stop General Lodge."
The brawny Irishman wheeled and strode back toward the front car of the train. All the crowd, to a man, muttering and gaping, followed him. Casey climbed up on the gravel car.
"Casey, what in hell would yous be after doing?"
demanded McDermott.
Casey grinned at his old comrade. "Mac, yous do me a favor. Uncouple the car." McDermott stepped between the cars, and the rattle and clang of iron told that he had complied with Casey's request. Collins, with all the men on the ground, grasped Casey's idea. "By God, Casey, can you do it? There's down grade for 20 miles. Once start this gravel car and she'll go clear to the hills. But Collins, it'll be easy. I'll slip through that pass like oil. Them Sioux won't be watching this way. There's a curve. They won't hear till it's too late. And sure they don't never obstruct the track till the last minute." "But Casey, once through the pass you can't control that gravel car. The brakes won't hold. You'll run square into the general's train, wreck it." "No, I've got a couple of ties, and if that wreck threatens, I'll heave a tie off on the track and derail me private car." "Casey, it's sure death," exclaimed Collins. His voice and the pallor of his face and the beads of sweat all proclaimed him new to the U.P.R. "Me boy, nothing's sure when yous are drilling with the Paddies." Casey was above surprise and beyond disdain. He was a huge, toil-hardened, sun-reddened, hard-drinking soldier of the railroad, a loquacious Irishman whose fixed grin denied him any gravity, a foreman of his gang. His chief delight was to outdo his bosom comrade McDermott. He did not realize that he represented an unconquerable and unquenchable spirit. Neither did his comrade know. But under Casey's grin shone something simple, radiant, hard as steel. "Put your shoulders again and shove me off," he ordered. Like automatons, the silent laborers started the car. "Drill, you terriers, drill! Drill, you terriers, drill!" sang Casey as he stood at the wheel brake. The car gathered momentum. McDermott was the last to let go. "Good luck to yez," he shouted hoarsely. "Mac, tell them you saw me," called Casey. Then he waved his hand in good bye to the crowd. Their response was a short, ringing yell. They watched the car glide slowly out of sight. For a few moments Casey was more concerned with the fact that a breeze had blown out his pipe than with anything else. Skillful as years had made him, he found unusual difficulty in relighting it, and he would not have been beyond stopping the car to accomplish that imperative need. When he had succeeded and glanced back, the station was out of sight. Casey fixed his eyes upon the curve of the track ahead, where it disappeared between the sage-covered sandy banks. Here the grade was scarcely perceptible to any but experienced eyes, and the gravel car crept along as if it would stop any moment. But Casey knew that it was not likely to stop, and if it did he could start it again. A heavy laden car like this, once started, would run a long way on a very little grade. What worried him was the creaking and rattle of wheels, sounds that from where he stood were apparently very loud. He turned the curve in a stretch of straight track where there came a perceptible increase in the strength of the breeze against his face. While creeping along at this point, he scooped out a hole in the gravel mound on the car, making a place that might afford some protection from Indian bullets and arrows. That accomplished, he had nothing to do but hold on to the wheel brake and gaze ahead. It seemed a long time before the speed increased sufficiently to insure him against any danger of a stop. The wind began to blow his hair and whip away the smoke of his pipe, and the car began to cover distance. Several miles from the station he entered the shallow mouth of a gully where the grade increased. His speed accelerated correspondingly until he was rolling along faster than a man could run. The track had been built on the right bank of the gully, which curved between two low, bare hills, and which grew deeper and of a rougher character. Casey had spiked many of the rails over which he passed. He found it necessary to apply the brake so that he would not take the sharp curves at dangerous speed. The brake did not work well and gave indications that it would not stand a great deal. With steady, rattling creak and an occasional clank, the car rolled on.
If Casey remembered the lay of the land, there was a long, straight stretch of track, ending in several curves, the last of which turned sharply into the narrow cut where the Sioux would ambush and obstruct the train. At this point it was Casey's intention to put off the brake and let his car run wild. It seemed an endless time before he reached the head of that stretch. Then he let go of the wheel, and the gravel car began to roll on faster. Casey appeared to be grimly and conscientiously concerned over his task, and he was worried about the outcome. He must get his car beyond that narrow cut. If it jumped the track or ran into an obstruction, or if the Sioux spied him in time, then his work would not be well done. He welcomed the gathering momentum, yet was fearful of the curve he saw a long distance ahead. When he reached that, he would be going at a high rate of speed, too fast to take the curve safely. A little dimness came to Casey's eyes. Years of hot sun and dust and desert wind had not made his eyes any stronger. The low gray walls, the white bleached rocks, the shallow stream of water, the fringe of brush, and the long, narrowing track, all were momentarily indistinct in his sight. His breast seemed weighted. Over and over in his mind resolved the several possibilities that awaited him at the cut, and every rod of the distance now added to his worry. It grew to be dread. Chances were against him. The thing entrusted to him was not in his control. Casey resented this. He had never failed at a job. The UPR had to be built, and who could tell? If the chief engineer and all his staff and the directors of the road were massacred by the Sioux, perhaps that might be a last and crowning catastrophe. Casey had his first cold thrill, and his nerves tightened for the crisis, while his horny hands gripped at the brake. The car was running wild with a curve just ahead. It made an unearthly clatter. The Indians would hear that, but they would have to be swift if he stayed on the track. Almost before he realized it, the car lurched at the bend. Casey felt the offside wheels leave the rail, heard the scream of the inside wheels grinding hard. But for his grip on the wheel he would have been thrown. The wind whistled in his ears. With a sudden lurch the car seemed to rise. Casey thought it had jumped the track, but it banged back, righted itself, rounded the curve. Here the gully widened, sent off branches. Casey saw hundreds of horses, but not an Indian. He rolled swiftly on, crossed a bridge, and saw more horses. His grim anticipation became a reality. The Sioux were in the ambush. What depended on him and his luck? Casey's red cheek blanched, but it was not with fear for himself. Not yet on this ride had he entertained one thought concerning his own personal relation to its fragile possibilities. To know the Sioux were there made a tremendous difference. A dark and terrible sternness actuated Casey. He projected his soul into that clattering car of iron and wood, and it was certain he prayed. His hair stood straight up. There! The narrow cut in the hill, the curve of the track. He was pounding at it. The wheels shrieked. Looking up, he saw only the rocks and gray patches of brush and the bare streak of earth. No Indian showed. His gaze strained to find an obstruction on the track. The car rode the curve on two wheels. It seemed alive. It entered the cut with hollow, screeching roar. The shade of the narrow place was gloomy. Here! It must happen. Casey's heart never lifted its ponderous weight. Then, shooting round the curve, he saw an open track and bright sunlight beyond. Above the roar of wheels sounded spatting reports of rifles. Casey forgot to dodge into his gravel shelter. He was living a strange, dragging moment, an age. Out shot the car into the light. Likewise, Casey's dark blankness of mind ended. His heart lifted with a mighty throb. There shone the gray, endless slope, stretching out and down the black hills in the distance. Shrill, wild yells made Casey wheel. The hillside above the cut was colorful and spotted with moving objects. Indians! Puffs of white smoke arose. Casey felt the light impact of lead. Glancing, bright streaks darted down. They were arrows. Two thudded into the gravel, one into the wood. Then something tugged at his shoulder.
Another arrow.
Suddenly the shaft was there in his sight, quivering in his flesh. It bit deep. With one wrench he tore it out and shook it aloft at the Sioux. "I'll bite you, dumb Sioux!" he yelled in fierce defiance. The long screeching clamor of baffled rage and the scattering volley of rifle shots kept up until the car passed out of range. Casey faced ahead. The Sioux were behind him. He had a free track. Far down the gray valley, where the rails disappeared, were low streaks of black smoke from a locomotive. The general's train was coming. The burden of worry and dread that had been Casey's was now no more. Vanished as if by magic. His job had not yet been completed, but he had won. He never glanced back at the Sioux. They had failed in their first effort at ambushing the cut, and Casey knew the troops would prevent a second attempt. Casey faced ahead. The whistle of wind filled his ears. The dry, sweet odor of the desert filled his nostrils. His car was on a straight track, rolling along down grade 1/2 mile a minute. And Casey, believing he might do well to slow up gradually, lightly put on the brakes. But he did not hold. He tried again. The brake had broken. He stood at the wheel, his eyes clear now, watching ahead. The train down in the valley was miles away, not yet even a black dot in the gray. The smoke, however, began to lift. Casey was suddenly struck by a vague sense that something was wrong with him. "What the hell?" he muttered. Then his mind, strangely absorbed, located the trouble. His pipe had gone out. Casey stooped in the hole he had made in the gravel, and there, knocking his pipe in his palm, he found the ashes cold. When had that ever happened before? Casey wagged his head. For his pipe to go cold and he not to know. Things were happening on the U.P.R. these days. Casey refilled the pipe, and with the wind whistling over him, he relit it. He drew deep and long, stood up, grasped the wheel, and felt all his blood change. "Me pipe's going cold. That were funny," soliloquized Casey. The phenomenon appeared remarkable to him. Indeed, it stood alone. He measured the nature of his job by that forgetfulness, and memories thrilled him. With his eye clear on the track that split the gray expanse, with his whole being permeated by the soothing influence of smoke, with his task almost done, Casey experienced an unprecedented thing for him. He lived over past performances and found them vivid, thrilling, somehow sweet. Battles of the Civil War, the day he saved a flag, and better, the night he saved Pat Shane, who had lived only to stop a damned Sioux bullet. Many and many an adventure with McDermott, who just a few minutes past had watched him with round, shining eyes, and the fights he had seen and shared. All these things passed swiftly through Casey's mind and filled him with a lofty and serene pride. He was pleased with himself, more pleased with what McDermott would think. Casey's boyhood did not return to him, but his mounting exhilaration and satisfaction were boyish. It was great to ride this way. There, he saw a long black dot down in the gray. The train. General Lodge had once shaken hands with Casey. Somebody had to do these things, since the U.P.R. must reach across to the Pacific. A day would come when a splendid passenger train would glide smoothly down this easy grade where Casey jolted along on his gravel car. The fact loomed large in the simplicity of the Irishman's mind. He began to hum his favorite song. Facing westward, he saw the black dot grow into a long train. Likewise, he saw the beauty of the red-gold sunset behind the hills. Casey gloried in the wildness of the scene, in the meaning of his ride, particularly in his loneliness. He seemed strangely alone there on that vast gray slope, a man and somehow accountable for all these things. He felt more than he understood. His long-tried nerve and courage and strength had never yielded this wonderful buoyancy and sense of loftiness. He was Casey, who had let all the gang run for shelter from the Sioux, while he remained for one last and final drive at the railroad spike. But the cool, devil-may-care indifference, common to all his comrades as well as to himself, was not the strongest factor in the Casey of today. Up out of the rugged and dormant soul had burst the spirit of a race embodied in one man. Casey was his own audience, and the light upon him was the glory of the setting sun. A nightingale sang in his heart, and he realized that this was his hour. Here the bloody, hard years found their reward. Not that he had ever wanted one or thought of one, but it had come, out of the toil, the pain, the weariness. So his nerves tingled, his pulses beat, his veins glowed, his heart throbbed, and all the new, sweet, young sensations of a boy wildly reveling in the success of his first great venture, all the vague, strange, deep, complex emotions of a man who had become conscious of what he is giving to the world, these shook Casey by storm. And life had no more to give. He knew that, whatever he was, whatever this incomprehensible driving spirit in him, whatever his unknown relation to man and to duty, there had been given him in the peril just past, in this wonderful ride, a gift splendid and divine. Casey rolled on, and the train grew plain in his sight. When perhaps several miles of track lay between him and the approaching engine, he concluded it was time to get ready. Lifting one of the heavy ties, he laid it in front where he could quickly shove it off with his foot. Then he stood up. It was certain that he looked backward, but at no particular thing, just an instinctive glance. With his foot on the tie, he steadied himself so that he could push it off and leap instantly after. And at that moment he remembered the little book he had found on Beauty Stanton's breast, and which contained the letter to his friend Neale. Casey deliberated in spite of the necessity for haste. Then he took the book from his pocket.
"Begorra, yez never can tell. And them U.P.R. troopers have been known to bury a man without searching his pockets," he said.
And he put the little book between the teeth. Chapter 30 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale, aghast and full of bitter amaze and shame at himself, fled from the gambling hall where he had struck Beauty Stanton. How beside himself with rage and torture he had been. That woman to utter Allie Lee's name? Inconceivable. Could she know his story? He tramped the dark streets, and the exercise in the cool wind calmed him. Then the whistle of an engine made him decide to leave Benton at once, on the first train out. Hurriedly he got his baggage and joined the throng which even at that late hour was making for the station. A regret that was pain burned deep in him, somehow inexplicable. He, like other men, had done things that must be forgotten. What fatality in the utterance of a single name! What power to flay! From a window of an old coach he looked out upon the dim lights and pale tent shapes. The last of Benton. Thank God, he murmured brokenly. Well he realized how Providence had watched over him there. And slowly the train moved out upon the dark, windy desert. It took Neale nearly 48 hours to reach the new camp, Roaring City. A bigger town than Benton had arisen, and more was going up. Tents and clapboard houses, sheds and cabins. The same motley jumble set under beetling red Utah bluffs. Neale found lodgings.
Being without food or bed or wash for 2 days and nights was not helpful to the task he must accomplish, the conquering of his depression. He ate and slept long, and the following day he took time to make himself comfortable and presentable before he sallied forth to find the offices of the engineer corps. Then he walked on as directed and heard men talking of Indian ambushes and troops. When at length he reached the headquarters of the engineer corps, he was greeted with restraint by his old officers and associates, was surprised and at a loss to understand their attitude. Even in General Lodge there was a difference. Neale gathered at once that something had happened to put out of his chief's mind the interest that officer surely must have in Neale's trip to Washington. And after greeting him, the first thing General Lodge said gave warrant to the rumors of trouble with Indians. "My train was to have been ambushed at Deep Cut," he explained. "Big force of Sioux. We were amazed to find them so far west. It would have been a massacre but for Casey. We have no particulars yet, for the wire's cut, but we know what Casey did. He ran the gauntlet of the Indians through the cut. He was on a gravel car running wild downhill. You know the grade, Neale. Of course, his intention was to hold up my train, block us before we reached the ambushed cut. There must have been a broken brake, for he derailed the car not half a mile ahead of us. My engineer saw the runaway flat car and feared a collision. Casey threw a railroad tie on the track in front of him. We found him under the car, crushed, dying." General Lodge's voice thickened and slowed a little. He looked down. His face appeared quite pale. Neale began to quiver in the full presaging sense of a revelation. "My engineer, Tom Daly, reached Casey's side just the instant before he died," said General Lodge, resuming his story. "In fact, Daly was the only one of us who did see Casey alive. Casey's last words were, 'Ambush, Sioux, Deep Cut,' and then, 'Me friend Neale.' We were at a loss to understand what he meant. That is, at first. We found Casey with this little notebook and his pipe tight between his teeth." The chief gave the notebook to Neale, who received it with a trembling hand. "You can see the marks of Casey's teeth in the leather. It was difficult to extract the book. He held on like grim death. Oh, Casey was grim death. We could not pull his black pipe out at all. He left it between his set jaws, where it always had been, where it belonged. I ordered him interred that way, so we buried him out there along the track." The chief's low voice ceased, and he stood motionless a moment, his brow knotted, his eyes haunted, yet bright with the glory of tribute to a hero. Neale heard the ticking of a watch and the murmur of the street outside. He felt the soft little notebook in his hand, and the strangest sensation shuddered over him. He drew his breath sharply. When General Lodge turned again to face him, Neale saw him differently, aloof, somehow removed, indistinct. "Casey meant the notebook for you," said the general. "It belonged to the woman Beauty Stanton. It contained a letter evidently written while she was dying. This developed when Daly began to read aloud. We all heard. The instant I understood it was a letter intended for you, I took the book. No more was read. We were all crowded around Daly, curious, you know. There were visitors on my train and your enemy, Lee. I'm sorry, but no matter. You see it couldn't be helped. That's all." Neale was conscious of calamity. It lay in his hand. "Poor old Casey," he murmured. Then he remembered Stanton dying. What had happened? He could not trust himself to read that message before Lodge, and bowing, he left the room. But he had to grope his way through the lobby, so dim had become his sight. By the time he reached the street he had lost his self-control. Something burnt his hand. It was the little leather notebook. He had not the nerve to open it. What had been the implication of General Lodge's strange words? He gazed with awe at the tooth marks on the little book. How had Casey come by anything of Beauty Stanton's? Could it be true that she was dead? Then again he was accosted in the street. A heavy hand, a deep voice arrested his progress. His eyes, sweeping up from the path, saw fringed and beaded buckskin, a stalwart form, a bronzed and bearded face, and keen gray eyes warm with the light of gladness. He was gripped in hands of iron.
Son, here you are, and it's a saving of me,
Exclaimed a deep, familiar voice. "Slingerland!" cried Neale, and he grasped his old friend as a drowning man at an anchor rope. "My God! What will happen next? Oh, I'm glad to find you. All these years. Slingerland, I'm in trouble."
Son, I reckon I know.
replied the other. Neale shivered. Why did men look at him so? This old trapper had too much simplicity, too big a heart to hide his pity. "Come somewhere out of the crowd," cried Neale, dragging at Slingerland. "Don't talk. Don't tell me anything. Wait. I've a letter here. That's going to be hell." Neale stumbled along out of the crowded street, he did not know where, and with death in his soul he opened Beauty Stanton's book, and he read. "You called me that horrible name. You struck me. You've killed me. I lie here dying. Oh, Neale, I'm dying. And I loved you. I came to you to prove it. If you had not been so blind, so stupid. My prayer is that someone will see this I'm writing and take it to you. Ancliffe brought your sweetheart Allie Lee to me to hide her from Durade. He told me to find you, and then he died. He had been stabbed in saving her from Durade's gang, and Huff, too, was killed. Neale, I looked at Allie Lee, and then I understood your ruin. You fool! She was not dead, but alive. Innocent and sweet like an angel. Ah, the wonder of it in Benton. Neale, she did not know, did not feel the kind of woman I am. She changed me, crucified me. She put her face on my breast, and I have that touch with me now, blessed, softening. I locked her in a room and hurried out to find you. For the first time in years I had a happy moment. I understood why you had never cared for me. I respected you. Then I would have gone to hell for you. It was my joy that you must owe your happiness to me, that I would be the one to give you back Allie Lee and hope and the old ambitious life. Oh, I gloried in my power. It was sweet. You would owe every kiss of hers, every moment of pride to the woman you had repulsed. That was to be my revenge. And I found you. And in the best hour of my bitter life, when I had risen above the woman of shame, above thought of self, then you, with hellish stupidity, imagined I was seeking you for myself. Your annoyance, your scorn, robbed me of my wits. I could not tell you. I could only speak her name and bid you come. You branded me before that grinning crowd. You struck me. And the fires of hell, my hell, burst in my heart. I ran out of there, mad to kill your soul, to cause you everlasting torment. I swore I would give that key of Allie Lee's room to the first man who entered my house. The first man was Larry Red King. He was drunk. He looked wild. I welcomed him. I sent him to her room. But Larry King was your friend. I had forgotten that. He came out with her. He was sober and terrible. Like the mad woman that I was, I rushed at him to tear her away. He shot me. I see his eyes now. Oh, thank God he shot me. It was a deliverance. I fell on the stairs, but I saw that flaming-faced devil kill 4 of Durade's men. He got Allie Lee out. Later I heard he had been killed and that Durade had caught the girl. Neale, hurry to find her. Kill that Spaniard. No man could tell why he has spared her, but I tell you he will not spare her long. Don't ever forget Huck or Ancliffe or that terrible cowboy. Ancliffe's death was beautiful. I am cold. It's hard to write. All is darkened. I hear the moan of wind. Forgive me, Neale. The difference between me and Allie Lee is a good man's love. Men are blind to woman's agony. She laid her cheek here on my breast. I, who always wanted a child, I shall die alone. No, I think God is here. There's someone. After all, I wasn't. Chapter 31 of the P.Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Were there?" echoed McDermott as he wiped the clammy sweat from his face. "Gosh, I were." It was 5:30. There appeared to be an unusual number of men on the street, not so hurried and businesslike and merry as generally, and given to collecting in groups, low-voiced and excited. General Lodge drew McDermott inside. "Come, you need a bracer. Man, you look sick," he said. At the bar McDermott's brown and knotty hand shook as he lifted a glass and gulped a drink of whiskey. "General, I ain't the man I was," complained McDermott. "Casey's gone, and we had hell with the Indians getting here. And then just after I stepped off the train, it happened." "What happened?" "I've heard conflicting reports. My men are out trying to get news." "Tell me, Sandy," replied the general eagerly. "After hearing of Casey's finish, I was sure needing stimulants," began the Irishman. "And presently I dropped into that Durade's palace, had my drink, and then went into the big room where the music was. It sure was a palace. A lot of them swells with frock coats was there. B'gorra, they ain't above bucking the tiger. Some of them I knew, and Mr. Lee, what was once the commissioner of the U.P., he was there with a party of friends. And I happened to be close by them when a girl come out. She was sure pretty, but not sad. Her eyes was terrible hauntin', and right off I wanted to start a fight. She were lookin' for Durade, as I seen afterwards. Well, the minute that Lee seen the girl, he acted strange. I was standing close, and I went closer. Most extraordinary resemblance, he kept saying. And then he dug into his vest for a pocketbook, and out of that he took a locket. He looked at it, then at the little girl who looked so sad. Right off he turned the color of a sheet. 'Gentlemen, look,' he says. They all looked and sure was struck with something. 'Gentlemen,' says Lee, 'me wife left me years ago, ran off west with a gambler. If she ever had a child, that girl is that child. She's a living image of me wife 19 years ago.' Some of them laughed at him. Some of them stared. But Lee was dead in earnest and growing more excited every minute. I heard him mutter low, 'My God, it can't be. Her child in a gambling hell. But that face! Ah, where else could I expect the child of such a mother?' And Lee went closer to where the girl was waiting. His party followed, and I followed too. Just when the music stopped and the girl looked up, then she seen Lee. Right out she stepped away from the crowd. He was whiter 'n a ghost, and the girl, she seemed paralyzed.
Strange it were to see how she and him looked alike then. The crowd seen something amiss and went quiet, staring and nudging. General, darn me if the girl's face didn't blaze. I never seen the like. And she stepped and come straight for Lee. And when she stopped, she was close enough to touch him. Her eyes were great burning holes, and her face shone something wonderful. Lee put up a shaking hand. "Girl," he says, "did yous ever hear of Allison Lee?" And all her body seemed to lift. "He's my father," she cried. "I'm Allie Lee." And then that crowd was split up by a man what hurried through. He was a greaser, one of them dandies on dress and diamonds, a handsome, wicked-looking gambler. Seeing the girl, he snarled, "Go back there," and he pointed. She never even looked at him. "Someone back of me says that's Durade." Well, it was. And sudden he sees who the girl was watching, Lee. That Durade turned green and wild-eyed and stiff, but that couldn't hold a candle to Lee. Sure, he turned into a fiend. He bit out a Spanish name, nothing like Durade, and like a hissing snake, Durade says, "Allison Lee."
Then there was a deadlock between them two men, with the crowd waiting for hell to pay. Lifelong enemies, says I to myself, and I had the whole story.
Durade began to limber up. Anyone what knows a greaser would have been looking for blood. "She went back to yous," answered Durade. "No thief, Spanish dog. I've not seen her for 19 years, says Lee. The girl spoke up. "Mother's dead, killed by Indians." Then Lee cried out, "Did she leave him?" "Yes, she did," says the girl. "She was going back, home, taking me home. But the caravan was attacked by Indians, and all but me was massacred." Durade cut short the girl's speech. "If I ever seen a reptile, it was then. They both left me," he hisses. "I tracked them. I lost the mother, but caught the daughter." Then that Durade lost his speech for a minute, foaming at the mouth with rage. If you's never seen a greaser mad, then you never seen the real thing. His face turned yellow and old and wrinkled, with spots of red. His lip curled up like a wolf's, and his eyes, they were down to little black points of hell's fire. He was crazy. "Look at her," he yelled. "Allie Lee, flesh and blood you can't deny. Her baby, and she's been my slave, my dog to beat and kick. She's been through Benton, a toy for the riffraff of the camps. She's as vile and black and lost as her treacherous mother." Allison Lee shrunk under that shame. But the girl, Lord, she never looked what she was painted by that devil. She stood white and still, like an angel, above judgment. Durade drew one of them little derringers, and suddenly he held it on Lee, hissing now in his greaser talk. I never seen such hellish joy on a human face. Murder was nothing to that look. Just then I seen Neale and Slingerland, and by God, I thought I'd drop. They seemed to loom up. The girl screamed wild-like, and she swayed about to fall. Neale leaped in front of Lee. "Durade!" he spit out, and damn me if I didn't expect to see the roof fly off.
McDermott wiped his moist face and tipped his empty glass to his lips and swallowed hard. His light blue eyes held a glint.
"General,"
He went on,
"yez knows Neale, how big he is, what nerve he's got. There never was a man his equal on the U.P., excepting Casey. But me, nor anyone, nor yous either, ever seen Neale like he was then. He never hesitated an inch. He went right for Durade. Any dumb fool, even a crazy greaser, would have seen his finish in Neale. Durade changed quick from hot to cold, and he shot Neale. Neale laughed, funny ringing sort of laugh, full of that same joy Durade had sung out to Lee. Hate and love of blood it were. Yez would have thought Neale felt wonderful happy to stop a bullet. Then his hand shot out and grabbed Durade. He jerked him off his feet and swung him around. The little derringer flew, and Sandy McDermott was the one who picked it up. It'll be Neale's when I see him. Durade jabbered for help, but no one come. That big trapper Slingerland stood there with 2 guns, and sure he looked bad. Neale slung Durade around, spilling some fellers who didn't dodge quick, and then he jerked him up backwards. And Durade come up with a long knife in one hand he had free. Neale yelled, "Lee, take the girl out." I seen then she had fainted in Lee's arms. He lifted her, moved away, and then I seen no more of them. Durade made wild and wicked lunges at Neale, only to be jerked off his balance. I heard the bones crack in the arm Neale held. The greaser screamed. Sudden he was turned again and swung backward so that Neale grabbed the other arm, the one what held a knife. It was a child in the grasp of a giant. Neale sure looked beautiful. I never wished so much in my life for Casey as then. He would have enjoyed that fight, for he bragged of his friendship for Neale. And go on, man. End your story, ordered the general breathlessly. Well, by Gor, there was more cracking of bones and such screams as I never heard from a man. Terrible, blood-curdling. Neale held both Durade's hands and was squeezing that knife handle so the greaser couldn't let go. Then Neale drew out that hand of Durade's, the one what held a knife, and made Durade jab himself, low down. My God, how that genteel Spaniard howled. I seen the blade go in and it come out red. Then Slingerland tore them apart, and the greaser fell. He weren't killed. Maybe he ain't going to croak, but he'll sure have to leave Roaring City, and he'll sure be a cripple for life. McDermott looked at the empty glass. That's
Chapter 32 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The mere sight of Warren Neale had transformed life for Allie Lee. The shame of being forced to meet degraded men, the pain from Durade's blows, the dread that every hour he would do the worst by her or kill her, the sudden and amazing recognition between her and her father. These became dwarfed and blurred in the presence of the glorious truth that Neale was there. She had recognized him with reeling senses and through darkening eyes. She had seen him leap before her father to confront that glittering-eyed Durade. She had neither fear for him nor pity for the Spaniard. Sensations of falling, of being carried, of the light and dust and noise of the street, of men around her, of rooms and the murmur of voices, of being worked over and spoken to by a kindly woman, of swallowing what was put to her mouth, of answering questions, of letting other clothes be put upon her. She was as if in a trance, aware of all going on about her, but with consciousness riveted upon one stunning fact, his presence. When she was left alone, this state gradually wore away, and there remained a throbbing, quivering suspense of love. Her despair had ended. The spirit that had upheld her through all the long, dark hours had reached its fulfillment. She lay on a couch in a small room curtained off from another, the latter large and light, and from which came a sound of low voices. She heard the quick tread of men. A door opened. "Lee, I congratulate you. A narrow escape," exclaimed a deep voice with something sharp, authoritative in it. "General Lodge, it was indeed a narrow shave for me," replied another voice, low and husky. Allie slowly sat up, with the dreamy, waiting abstraction less strong.
Her father, Allison Lee, and General Lodge, Neale's old chief, were there in the other room.
"Neale almost killed Durade. Broke him. Cut him all up," said the general with agitation. "I had it from McDermott, one of my spikers. A reliable man. Neale was shot, perhaps cut, too. But he doesn't seem to know it."
Allie sprang up, transfixed and thrilling.
"Neale almost killed him," echoed Allison Lee, hoarsely.
Then followed a sound of a chair falling.
"Indeed, Allison, it's true," broke in a strange voice. "The street's full of men, all talking, all stirred up."
Other men entered the room.
"Is Neale here?" queried General Lodge sharply. "They're trying to hold him up in the office. Boys want to pat him on the back. Durade was not liked," replied someone. "Is Neale badly hurt?" "I don't know. He looked it. He was all bloody." "Colonel Dillon, did you see Neale?" went on the sharp, eager voice. "Yes. He seemed dazed, wild, probably badly hurt. Yet he moved steadily. No one could stop him," answered another strange voice. "Ah, here comes McDermott!" exclaimed General Lodge.
Allie's ears throbbed to a slow, shuffling, heavy tread. Her consciousness received the fact of Neale's injury, but her heart refused to accept it as perilous. God could not mock her faith by a last catastrophe.
"Sandy, you've seen Neale?"
Allie loved his sharp, keen voice for its note of dread.
"Sure. Begorra, yez couldn't help seeing him. He's as big as a hill and his shirt's as red as Casey's red wand. I went to give him a little gun what Durade pulled on him. Dum me, he looked right at me and never seen me," replied the Irishman.
"Lee, you will see Neale?" queried General Lodge. There was a silence.
"No,"
Presently came a cold reply.
"It's not necessary. He saved me, injury perhaps. I'm grateful. I'll reward him."
"How?" rang General Lodge's voice.
"Gold, of course. Neale was a gambler, probably had a grudge against this Durade. I need not meet Neale, it seems. I'm somewhat overwrought. I wish to spare myself further excitement."
"Lee, listen," returned General Lodge violently. "Neale is a splendid young man, the nerviest, best engineer I ever knew. I predicted great things for him. They've come true."
"That doesn't interest me. You'll hear it anyhow."
"He saved the life of this girl who has turned out to be your daughter. He took care of her. He loved her, was engaged to marry her. Then he lost her, and after that he was half mad. It nearly ruined him."
"I do not credit that. It was gambling, drink, and bad women that ruined him. No. But pardon me, General. If, as you intimate, there was an attachment between him and my unfortunate child, would he have become an associate of gamblers and vicious women?"
"He would not. The nature of his fury, the retribution he visited upon this damned Spaniard, prove the manner of man he is."
"Wild indeed, but hardly from a sense of loyalty."
These camps breed blood spillers. I heard you say that.
"You'll hear me say something more presently," retorted the other with heat scarcely controlled. "But we're wasting time. I don't insist that you see Neale. That's your affair. It seems to me the least you could do would be to thank him. I certainly advise you not to offer him gold. I do insist, however, that you let him see the girl."
"No. But, man, say, McDermott, go fetch Neale in here."
Allie Lee heard all this strange talk with consternation. An irresistible magnet drew her toward those curtains which she grasped with trembling hands, ready, but not able, to part them and enter the room. It seemed that in there was a friend of Neale's whom she was going to love, and an enemy whom she was going to hate. As for Neale seeing her at once, only death could rob her of that.
"General Lodge, I've no sympathy for Neale,"
came the cold voice of Allison Lee. There was no reply. Someone coughed. Footsteps sounded in the hallway, and a hum of distant voices. "You forget," continued Lee, "what happened not many hours ago when your train was saved by that daredevil Casey. The little book held tight in his locked teeth. The letter meant for this Neale from one of Benton's camp women."
Your engineer read enough. You heard. I heard.
"A letter from a dying woman. She accused Neale of striking her, of killing her. She said she was dying, but she loved him. You remember that, General Lodge?" "Yes, alas. Lee, I don't deny that, but there are no buts. Lee, you're hard as steel. Appearances seem against Neale. I don't seek to extenuate them. But I know men. Neale might have fallen. It seems he must have. These are terrible times. In anger or drink, Neale might have struck this woman. But kill her? No." A gleam pierced Allie Lee's dark bewilderment. They meant Beauty Stanton, that beautiful, fair woman, with such a white, soft bosom and such sad eyes, she whom Larry King had shot. What a tangle of fates and lives! She could tell them why Beauty Stanton was dying. Then other words, like springing fire, caught Allie's thought, and a sickening ripple of anguish convulsed her. They believed Beauty Stanton had loved Neale.
Had.
Allie would have died before admitting that last thought to her consciousness. For a second the room turned black. Her hold on the curtains kept her from falling. With frantic and terrible earnestness, the old dominance Neale had acquired over her, she clung to the one truth that mattered. She loved Neale, belonged to him, and he was there. That they were about to meet again was as strange and wonderful a thing as had ever happened. What had she not endured? What must he have gone through? The fiery, stinging nature of her new and sudden pain she could not realize. Again the strong speech became distinct to her. "You'll stay here. And you, Dillon. Don't anyone leave this room. Lee, you can leave if you want. But we'll see Neale, and so will Allie Lee." Allie spread the curtains and stood there. No one saw her. All the men faced the door, through which sounded slow, heavy tread of boots. An Irishman entered. Then a tall man. Allie's troubled soul suddenly calmed. She saw Neale. Slowly he advanced a few steps. Another man entered, and Allie knew him by his buckskin garb. Neale turned his face in the light, and a poignant cry leaped up from Allie's heart to be checked on her lips. Was this her young and hopeful and splendid lover? She recognized him, yet now did not know him. He stood bareheaded, and her swift, all-embracing glance saw the gray over his temples, and the eyes that looked out from across the border of a dark hell, and a face white as death and twitching with spent passion. "Mr. Lee," he panted, very low, and the bloody patch on his shirt heaved with his breath. "My only regret is I didn't think to make Durade tell the truth. He lied. He wanted to revenge himself on Allie's mother through Allie. What he said about Allie was a lie, as black as his heart. He meant evil for her, but somehow she was saved. He was a tiger, playing, and he waited too long. You must realize her innocence and understand. God has watched over Allie Lee. It was not luck nor accident, but innocence. Huff died to save her, then Ancliffe, then my old friend Larry King. These men, broken, gone to hell, out here, felt an innocence that made them mad, as I've just been. That's proof, if you need it. Men of ruined lives could not rise and die as they did, victims of a false impression of innocence. They knew. Neale's voice sank to a whisper, his eyes intent to read belief in the cold face of Allison Lee. "I thank you, Neale, for your service to me in your defense of her," he said. "What can I do for you?" "Sir, can I reward you in any way?" The gray burned out of Neale's face. "I ask nothing, except that you believe me." Lee did not grant this, nor was there any softening of his cold face. "I would like to ask you a few questions," he said. "General Lodge here informed me that you saved my daughter's life long ago. Can you tell me what became of her mother?" "She was in the caravan, massacred by Sioux," replied Neale. "I saw her buried. Her grave is not so many miles from here." Then a tremor changed Allison Lee's expression. He turned away an instant. His hand closed tight. He bit his lips. This evidence of feeling in him relaxed the stony scrutiny of the watchers, and they shifted uneasily on their feet. Allie stood watching, waiting, with her heart at her lips. "Where'd you take my daughter?" queried Lee presently. "To the home of a trapper, my friend Slingerland," replied Neale, indicating the buckskin-clad figure. "She lived there, slowly recovering. You don't know that she lost her mind for a while. But she recovered, and during an absence of Slingerland's she was taken away." "Were you and she sweethearts?" "Yes." "And engaged to marry?" "Of course," replied Neale, dreamily. "That cannot be now. I understand. I didn't expect I didn't think." Allie Lee had believed many times that her heart was breaking, but now she knew it had never broken till then. Why did he not turn to see her waiting there, stricken, motionless and voiceless, wild to give the lie to those cold, strange words? "And Neale, if you will not accept anything from me, let us terminate this painful interview," said Allison Lee. "I'm sorry. I only wanted to tell you and ask to see Allie a moment," replied Neale. "No. It might cause a breakdown. I don't want to risk anything that might prevent my taking the next train with her." "Going to take her back east?" asked Neale, as if talking to himself. "Certainly." "Then I won't see her," Neale murmured, dazedly. At this juncture General Lodge stepped out. His face was dark, his mouth stern. His action caused a breaking of the strange, vice-like clutch, the mute and motionless spell that had fallen upon Allie. She felt the gathering of tremendous forces in her. In an instant she would show these stupid men the tumult of a woman's heart. "Lee, be generous," spoke up General Lodge, feelingly. "Let Neale see the girl." "I said no," snapped Lee. "But why not, in Heaven's name?" "Why? I told you why," declared Lee, passionately. "But, Lee, that implication may not be true. We didn't read all that letter," protested General Lodge. "Ask him." Then the general turned to Neale. "Boy, tell me, did this Stanton woman love you? Did you strike her? Did you?" The general's voice failed. Neale faced about with a tragic darkening of his face. "To my shame, it's true," he said clearly. Then Allison Lee swept forward. "Oh, Neale!" He seemed to rise and leap at once, and she ran straight into his arms. No man, no trouble, no mystery, no dishonor, no barrier, nothing could have held her back the instant she saw how the sight of her, how the sound of her voice had transformed Neale. For one tumultuous, glorious, terrible moment she clung to his neck, blind, her heart bursting. Then she fell back with hands seeking her breast. "I heard," she cried. "I know nothing of Beauty Stanton's letter. But you didn't shoot her. It was Larry. I saw him do it." "Allie!" he whispered. At last he had realized her actual presence, the safety of her body and soul, and all that had made him strange and old and grim and sad vanished in a beautiful transfiguration. "You know Larry did it," implored Allie. "Tell them so." "Yes, I know," he replied. "But I did worse. She saw him shaken by an agony of remorse, and that agony was communicated to her. "Neale, she loved you?" He bowed his head. "Oh!" Her cry was almost mute, full of an unutterable realization of tragic fatality for her. "And you?" Allison Lee strode between them, facing Neale. "See, she knows. And if you would spare her, go!" he exclaimed. "She knows what?" gasped Neale in a frenzy between doubt and certainty. Allie felt a horrible, nameless, insidious sense of falsity, a nightmare unreality. An intangible Neale faded, drifting away from her. "Good bye, Allie. Bless you. I'll be happy knowing you're..." He choked, and the tears streamed down his face. It was a face convulsed by renunciation, not by guilt. Whatever he had done, it was not base. "Don't let me go. I forgive you," she burst out. She held out her arms. "There's no one in the world but you." But Neale plunged away, upheld by Slingerland, and Allie's world grew suddenly empty and black. The train swayed and creaked along through the night with all that strain and effort which told of upgrade. The oil lamps burned dimly in corners of the coach. There were soldiers at open windows looking out. There were passengers asleep, sitting up and lying down and huddled over their baggage. But Allie Lee was not asleep. She lay propped up with pillows and blankets, covered by a heavy coat. Her window was open, and a cool desert wind softly blew her hair. She stared out into the night, and the wheels seemed to be grinding over her crushed heart. It was late. An old moon, misshapen and pale, shone low down over a dark, rugged horizon. Clouds hid the stars. The desert void seemed weirdly magnified by the wan light. And all that shadowy waste, silent, lonely, bleak, called out to Allie Lee the desolation of her soul. For what had she been saved? The train creaked on, and every foot added to her woe. Her unquenchable spirit, pure as a white flame that had burned so wonderfully through the months of her peril, flickered now that her peril ceased to be. She had no fount of emotion left to draw on. Else she would have hated this creaking train. It moved on, and there loomed bold outlines of rock and ridge familiar to her. They had been stamped upon her memory by the strain of her lonely wanderings along that very road. She knew every rod of the way, dark, lonely, wild as it was. In the midst of that stark space lay the spot where Benton had been, a spot lost in the immensity of the desert. If she had been asleep she would have awakened while passing there. There was not a light. Flat patches and pale gleams, a long, wan length of bare street, shadows everywhere. These marked Benton's grave. Allie stared with strained eyes. They were there, in the blackness, those noble men who had died for her in vain. No, not in vain. She breathed a prayer for them, a word of love for Larry the waster of life, yet the faithful, the symbol of brotherhood. As long as she lived, she would see him stalk before her with his red, blazing fire, his magnificent effrontery, his supreme will. He who had been the soul of chivalry, the meekest of men before a woman, the inheritor of a reverence for womanhood, had ruthlessly shot out of his way that wonderful white-armed Beauty Stanton. She, too, must lie there in the shadow. Allie shivered with the cool desert wind that blew in her face from the shadowy spaces. She shut her eyes to hide the dim, passing traces of terrible Benton and the darkness that hid the lonely graves. The train moved on, leaving what had been Benton far behind. And once more Allie opened her weary eyes to the dim, obscure reaches of the desert. Her heart beat very slowly under its leaden weight, its endless pang. Her blood flowed at low ebb. She felt the long forgotten recurrence of an old morbid horror, like a poisoned lichen fastening upon the very spring of life. It passed and came again, and left her once more. Her thoughts wandered back along the night track she had traversed, until again her ears were haunted by that strange sound which had given Roaring City its name. She had been torn away from hope, love, almost life itself. Where was Neale? He had turned from her, obedient to Allison Lee and the fatal complexity and perverseness of life. The vindication of her spiritual faith and the answer to her prayers lay in the fact that she had been saved. But rather than to be here in this car, daughter of a rich father but separated from Neale, she would have preferred.
Chapter 33 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sun set pale gold and austere as Neale watched the train bear Allie Lee away. No thought of himself entered into that solemn moment of happiness. Allie Lee, alive, safe, her troubles ended, on her way home with her father. The long train wound round the bold bluff and at last was gone. For Neale the moment held something big, final, a phase, a part of his life ended there. "Son, it's over," said Slingerland, who watched with him. "Allie's gone home, back to where she belongs, coming to her own, thank God. And you, why, this day turns you back to where you was once. Allie owes her life to you and her father's life. Think, son, of these here times. How much was it might have been."
Neale's sense of thankfulness was unutterable. Passively he went with Slingerland, silent and gentle. The trapper dressed his wounds, tended him, kept men away from him, and watched by him as if he were a sick child. Neale suffered only the weakness following the action and stress of great passion. His mind seemed full of beautiful, solemn bells of blessing, resonant, ringing the wonder of an everlasting, unchangeable truth. Night fell, the darkness thickened, the old trapper kept his vigil, and Neale sank to sleep, and the sweet, low-toned bells claimed him in his dreams. How strange for Neale to greet a dawn without hatred. He and Slingerland had breakfast together.
"Son, will you go into the hills with me?"
asked the old trapper.
"Yes, some day, when the railroad's built,"
replied Neale thoughtfully. Slingerland's keen eyes quickened.
"But the railroad's about done, and you need a vacation," he insisted.
"Yes," Neale answered dreamily.
"Son, maybe you ought to wait a while. You're packing a bullet somewhere in your carcass."
"It's here," said Neale, putting his hand to his breast, high up toward the shoulder. "I feel it, a dull, steady, weighty pain. But that's nothing. I hope I always have it."
"Well, I don't. And, son, you ain't never going back to drinking cards and all that hell. Not now."
Neale's smile was a promise, and the light of it was instantly reflected in the rugged face of the trapper.
"Reckon I needn't ask that. Well, I'll be saying good bye. You can expect me back some day to see the meeting of the rails from east and west and to pack you off to my hills."
Neale rode out of Roaring City on a work train, sitting on a flat car with a crowd of hairy-breasted, red-shirted laborers. That train carried hundreds of men, tons of steel rails, thousands of ties, and also it was equipped to feed the workers and to fight Indians. It ran to the end of the rails, about 40 miles out of Roaring City. Neale sought out Riley, the boss. This big Irishman was in the thick of the start of the day, which was like a battle. Neale waited in the crowd, standing there in his shirt sleeves, with the familiar bustle and color, strong as wine to his senses. At last Riley saw him and shoved out a huge paw.
"Hello, Neale. I'm glad to see you. They tell me you did a damn fine job."
"Riley, I need work," said Neale.
"But, man, you was shot!"
ejaculated the boss. "I'm all right."
"You look. That ain't no mistake. Sure now you ain't serious about work? You that chafed of all them engineer jobs?"
"I want to work with my hands. Let me heave ties or carry rails or swing a sledge for just a few days. I've explained to General Lodge. It's a kind of vacation for me." Riley gazed with keen, twinkling eyes at Neale.
"You can't be drunk and look sober."
"Riley, I'm sober and in dead earnest," appealed Neale. "I want to go back, be in the finish, to lay some rails, drive some spikes." The boss lost his humorous, quizzing expression.
"Sure, sure,"
replied Riley, as if he saw but failed to comprehend.
"You're on, and more power to you."
He sent Neale out with the gang detailed to heave railroad ties. A string of flat cars loaded with rails and ties stood on the track where the work of yesterday had ended. Beyond stretched the roadbed, yellow, level, winding as far as eye could see. The sun beat down hot. The dry, scorching desert breeze swept down from the bare hills, across the waste. Dust flew up in puffs. Uprooted clumps of sage like balls went rolling along, and everywhere the veils of heat rose from the sun-baked earth.
"Drill, you terriers, drill!"
rang out a cheery voice, and Neale remembered Casey. Neale's gang was put to carrying ties. Neale got hold of the first tie thrown off the car.
"What the hell's your hurry?"
protested his partner. This fellow was gnarled and knotted, brick red in color, with face a network of seams and narrow, sunburnt slits for eyes. He answered to the name of Pat. They carried the tie out to the end of the rails and dropped it on the level roadbed. Men there set it straight and tamped the gravel around it. Neale and his partner went back for another, passing a dozen couples carrying ties forward. Behind these staggered the rows of men burdened with the heavy iron rails. So the day's toil began. Pat had glanced askance at Neale and then had made dumb signs to his fellow laborers, indicating his hard lot in being yoked to this new wild man on the job. But his ridicule soon changed to respect. Presently he offered his gloves to Neale. They were refused.
"But, friend, you ain't tough like me," he protested.
"Pat, they'll put you to bed tonight if you stay with me," replied Neale.
"The hell you say? Come on, then."
At first Neale had no sensations of heat, weariness, thirst, or pain. He dragged the little Irishman forward to drop the ties, then strode back ahead of him. Neale was obsessed by a profound emotion. This was a new beginning for him. For him the world and life had seemed to cease when yesternight the sun sank and Allie Lee passed out of sight. His motive in working there, he imagined, was to lay a few rails, drive a few spikes along the last miles of the road he had surveyed. He meant to work this way only a little while, till the rails from east met those from west. This profound emotion seemed accompanied by a procession of thoughts, each thought in turn, like a sun with satellites, reflecting its radiance upon them and rousing strange, dreamy, full-hearted fancies. Allie lived, as good, as innocent as ever, incomparably beautiful, sad-eyed, eloquent, haunting. From that mighty thought sprang both Neale's exaltation and his activity. He had loved her so well that conviction of her death had broken his heart, deadened his ambition, ruined his life. But since, by the mercy of God and the innocence that had made men heroic, she had survived all peril, all evil, then had begun a colossal overthrow in Neale's soul of the darkness, the despair, the hate, the indifference. He had been flung aloft into the heights and he had seen into heaven. He asked for nothing in the world, all satisfied, eternally humble, grateful with every passionate drop of blood throbbing through his heart. He dedicated all his spiritual life to memory. And likewise there seemed a tremendous need in him of sustained physical action, even violence. He turned to the last stages of the construction of the great railroad. What fine comrades these hairy-breasted toilers made! Neale had admired them once, now he loved them. Every group seemed to contain a trio like that one he had known so well, Casey, Shane, and McDermott. Then he divined that these men were all alike. They all toiled, swore, fought, drank, gambled. Hundreds of them went to nameless graves, but the work went on. The great, driving, united heart beat on. Neale was under its impulse in another sense. When he lifted a tie and felt the hard, splintering wood, he wondered where it had come from, what kind of a tree it was, who had played in its shade, how surely birds had nested in it and animals had grazed beneath it. Between him and that square log of wood there was an affinity. Somehow his hold upon it linked him strangely to a long past intangible spirit of himself. He must cling to it, lest he might lose that elusive feeling. Then when he laid it down, he felt regret fade into a realization that the yellow gravel roadbed also inspirited him. He wanted to feel it, work in it, level it, make it somehow his own. When he strode back for another load, his magnifying eyes gloated over the toilers in action. The rows of men carrying and laying rails and the splendid, brawny figures of the spikers, naked to the waist, swinging the heavy sledges. The blows rang out, spang, 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 strong music, full of meaning. When his turn came to be a spiker, he would love that hardest work of all. The engine puffed smoke and bumped the cars ahead, little by little, as the track advanced. Men on the train carried ties and rails forward, filling the front cars as fast as they were emptied. Long lines of laborers on the ground passed to and fro, burdened, going forward, returning empty-handed. The rails and the shovels and the hammers and the picks all caught the hot gleam from the sun. The dust swept up in sheets, the ring, the crash, the thump, the scrape of iron and wood and earth in collision filled the air with a sound rising harshly above the song and laugh and curse of men. A shifting, colorful, strenuous scene of toil. Gradually Neale felt that he was fitting into this scene, becoming a part of it, an atom once more in the great whole. He doubted while he thrilled. Clearly as he saw, keenly as he felt, he yet seemed bewildered. Was he not gazing out at this construction work through windows of his soul, once more painted, colored, beautiful, because the most precious gift he might have prayed for had been given him, life and hope for Allie Lee? He did not know. He could not think. His comrade Pat wiped floods of sweat from his scarlet face. "I'll be damned if you ain't a son of a gun for work," he complained. "Pat, we've been given the honor of pacemakers. They've got to keep up with us. Come on," replied Neale.
"Begad, there ain't a man in the gang what I'll trade for me honor then," declared Pat. "Friend, I'd like to live till next payday."
"Come on, then. Work up an appetite," rejoined Neale.
"Sure I'll die. And I'll like to ask, begging your pardon, haven't you got some Irish in you?"
"Yes, a little."
"I knowed that. All right, I'll die with you then."
In half an hour Pat was in despair again. He had to rest.
"What's your name?"
he queried. "Neale."
"It ought to be Casey, for there is never but one like you. And he was Casey. Man, you're sweating blood right now."
Pat pointed at Neale's red, wet shirt. Neale slapped his breast, and drops of blood and sweat spattered under his hand.
"And sure your hands are bleeding, too,"
ejaculated Pat. They were indeed, but Neale had not noticed that. The boss, Riley, passing by, paused to look and grin.
"Pat, you've got someone to keep up with today. We're half a mile ahead of yesterday this time."
Then he turned to Neale.
"I seen one in your class, Casey by name, and that's talking."
He went his way, and Neale, plodding on, saw the red face of the great Casey, with its set grin and the black pipe. Swiftly then he saw it as he had heard of it last, and a shadow glanced fleetingly across the singular radiance of his mind. The shrill whistle of the locomotive halted the work and called the men to dinner and rest. Instantly the scene changed. The slow, steady, rhythmic motions of labor gave place to a scramble back to the long line of cars. Then the horde of sweaty toilers sought places in the shade, and ate and drank and smoked and rested. As the spirit of work had been merry, so was that of rest, with always a dry, grim earnestness in the background. Neale slowed down during the afternoon to the unconcealed thankfulness of his partner. The burn of the sun, the slippery sweat, the growing ache of muscles, the never-ending thirst, the lessening of strength, these sensations impinged upon Neale's emotion and gradually wore to the front of his consciousness. His hands grew raw, his back stiff and sore, his feet crippled. The wound in his breast burned and bled and throbbed. At the end of the day he could scarcely walk. He rode in with the laborers, slept 12 hours, and awoke heavy-limbed, slow, and aching. But he rode out to work, and his second day was one of agony. The third was a continual fight between will and body, between spirit and pain. But so long as he could step and lift, he would work on. From that time he slowly began to mend. Then came his siege with the rails. That was labor which made carrying the ties seem light. He toiled on, sweating thin, wearing hard, growing clearer of mind. As pain subsided and weariness of body no longer dominated him, slowly thought and feeling returned until that morning dawned when, like a flash of lightning illuminating his soul, the profound and exalted emotion again possessed him. Soon he came to divine that the agony of toil and his victory over weak flesh had added to this strange happiness. Hour after hour he bent his back and plodded beside his comrades, doing his share, burdened as they were, silent, watchful, listening, dreaming, keen to note the progress of the road, yet deep in his own intense abstraction. He seemed to have two minds. He saw every rod of the 10 miles of track laid every day, knew, as only an engineer could know, the wonder of such progress. And likewise always in his sight and his mind shone a face, red-lipped, soulful, lovely like a saint's, with mournful, violent eyes, star-sweet in innocence. Life had given Allie Lee back to him, to his love and his memory. and all that could happen to him now must be good. At first he had asked for nothing, so grateful was he to fate, but now he prayed for hours and days and nights to remember. The day came when Neale graduated into the class of spikers. This division of labor to him had always represented the finest spirit of the building. The drivers, the spikers, the men who nailed the rails, who riveted the last links, these brawny, half-naked welders of the sledges, bronzed as Indians, seemed to embody both the romance and the achievement. Neale experienced a subtle perception with the first touch and lift and swing of the great hammer, and there seemed born in him a genius for the stroke. He had a free, easy swing with tremendous power. He could drive so fast that his comrade on the opposite rail and the carriers and layers could not keep up with him. Moments of rest seemed earned. During these he would gaze with glinting eyes back at the gangs and the trains, at the smoke, dust and movement, and beyond toward the east. One day he drove spikes for hours with the gangs in uninterrupted labor around him, while back a mile along the road the troopers fought the Sioux. And all this time, when any moment he might be ordered to drop his sledge for a rifle, he listened to the voice of his memory and saw the face. Another day dawned in which he saw the grading gangs return from work ahead. They were done. Streams of horses, wagons, and men on the return. They had met the graders from the west, and the two lines of roadbed had been connected. As these gangs passed, cheer on cheer greeted them from the rail layers. It was a splendid moment. From lip to lip then went the word that the grading gangs from east and west had passed each other in plain sight, working on, grading on for 100 miles farther than necessary. They had met and had passed on, side by side, doubling the expense of construction. This knowledge gave Neale a melancholy reminder of the dishonest aspect of the road building. And he thought of many things. The spirit of the work was grand, the labor heroic. But alas, side by side with these splendid and noble attributes stalked the specters of greed and gold and lust of blood and of death. But neither knowledge such as this, nor peril from Indians, nor the toil pangs of a galley slave had power to change Neale's supreme state of joy. He gazed back toward the east, and then with mighty swing he drove a spike. He loved Allie Lee beyond all conception, and next he loved the building of the railroad. When such thoughts came he went back to pure sensations, the great, bold peaks looming dark, the winding level roadbed, the smoky desert land reflecting heat, the completed track, and gangs of moving men like bright ants in the sunlight, and the exhaust of the engines, the old song,
Drill, ye terrier, drill. The ring and crash and thud and scrape of labor, the whistle of the seeping sand and the wind, the feel of the heavy sledge that he could wield as a toy, the throb of pulse, the smell of dust and sweat, the sense of his being there, his action, his solidarity, his physical brawn, once more manhood.
But at last human instincts encroached upon Neale's superlative detachment from self. It seemed all of a sudden that he stepped toward an eastbound train. When he reached the coach, something halted him, a thought. Where was he going? The westbound work train was the one he wanted. He laughed a little grimly. Certainly he had grown absent-minded. And straightway he became thoughtful, in a different way. Not many moments of reflection were needed to assure him that he had moved toward the eastbound train with the instinctive idea of going to Allie Lee. The thing amazed him. But she
She's gone out of my life," he soliloquized, "and I was glad." The lightning swift shift to past tense enlightened Neale. He went out to work. That work still loomed splendid to him, but it seemed not the same. He saw and felt the majesty of common free men, sweating and bleeding and groaning over toil comparable to the building of the pyramids. He felt the best that had ever been in him quicken and broaden as he rubbed elbows with these simple elemental toilers. With them he had gotten down to the level of truth. His old genius for achievement, the practical and scientific side of him, still thrilled with the battle of strong hands against the natural barriers of the desert. He saw the thousands of plodding, swearing, fighting, blaspheming, joking laborers on the field of action. Saw the picture they made, red and bronzed and black, dust grimmed, and how here with the ties and the rails and the roadbed was the heart of that epical turmoil. What approach could great and rich engineers and directors have made to that vast enterprise without these sons of brawn? Neale now saw what he had once dreamed, and that was the secret of his longing to get down to the earth with these men. He loved to swing that sledge, to hear the spang of the steel ring out. He had a sheer physical delight in the power of his body, long since thinned out, hardened, tough as the wood into which he drove the spikes. He loved his new comrade Pat, the gnarled and knotted little Irishman who cursed and complained of his job and fought his fellow workers, yet who never lagged, never shirked, and never failed, though his days of usefulness would soon be over. Soon Pat would drop by the roadside, a victim to toil and whiskey and sun. And he was great in his obscurity. He wore a brass tag with a number. He signed his wage receipts with a cross. He cared only for drink and a painted hag in a squalid tent. Yet in all the essentials that Neale now called great, his friend Pat reached up to them. The spirit to work, to stand his share, to go on, to endure, to fulfill his task. Neale might have found salvation in this late developed and splendid relation to labor and to men, but there was a hitch in his brain. He would see all that was beautiful and strenuous and progressive around him, and then, in a flash, that hiatus in his mind would operate to make him hopeless. Then he would stand as in a trance, with faraway gaze in his eyes, until his fellow spikers would recall him to his neglected work. These intervals of abstraction grew upon him until he would leave off in the act of driving a spike. And sometimes in these strange intervals he longed for his old friend, brother, shadow, Larry Red King. He held to Larry's memory, though with it always would return that low, strange roar of Benton's gold and lust and blood and death. Neale did not understand the mystery of what he had been through. It had been a phase of wildness never to be seen again by his race. His ambition and effort, his fall, his dark siege with hell, his friendship and loss, his agony and toil, his victory, were all symbolic of the progress of a great movement. In his experience lay hid all that development. The coming of night was always a relief now, for with the end of the day's work he need no longer fight his battle. It was a losing battle, that he knew. Shunning everybody, he paced to and fro out on the dark, windy desert under the lonely, pitiless stars. His longing to see Allie Lee grew upon him. While he had believed her dead, he had felt her spirit hovering near him in every shadow, and her voice whispered on the wind. She was alive now, but gone away, far distant, over mountains and plains, out of his sight and reach, somewhere to take up a new life alien to his. What would she do? Could she bear it? Never would she forget him, be faithless to his memory. Yet she was young and her life had been hard. She might yield to that cold Allison Lee's dictation. In happy surroundings her beauty and sweetness would bring a crowd of lovers to her. But that's all only natural, muttered Neale in perplexity. I want her to forget, to be happy, to find a home, for her to grow old alone. No, she must love some man, marry. And with the spoken words, Neale's heart contracted. He knew that he lied to himself. If she ever cared for another man, that would be the end of Warren Neale. But then he was ended anyhow. Jealousy, strange, new, horrible, added to Neale's other burdens, finished him. He had the manhood to try to fight selfishness, but he had failed to subdue it. And he had nothing left to fight his consuming love and hatred of life and terrible loneliness and that fierce thing, jealousy. He had saved Allie Lee. Why had he given her up? He had stained his hands with blood for her sake. And that awful moment came back to him when, maddened by the sting of a bullet, he had gloried in the cracking of Durade's bones, in the ghastly terror and fear of death upon the Spaniard's face, in the feel of the knife blade as he forced Durade to stab himself. Always Neale had been haunted by this final scene of his evil life in the construction camps. A somber and spectral shape, intangible, gloomy-faced, often attended him in the shadow. He justified his deed, for Durade would have killed Allison Lee. But that fact did not prevent the haunting shape, the stir in the dark air, the nameless step upon Neale's trail. And jealousy, stronger than all except fear, wore Neale out of his exultation, out of his dream, out of his old disposition to work. He could persist in courage, if not in joy. But jealous longing would destroy him. He felt that. It was so powerful, so wonderful that it brought back to him words and movements which until then he had been unable to recall. And he lived over the past. Much still baffled him. Yet gradually more and more of what had happened became clear specifically in his memory. He could not think from the present back over the past. He had to ponder the other way. One day, leaning on his sledge, Neale, torturing self, morbid, inquisitive, growing by what it fed on, whispered another question to his memory. What were some of the last words she spoke to me? And there, limned it white on the dark background of his mind, the answer appeared. Neale, I forgive you. He recalled her face, the tragic eyes, the outstretched arms. Forgive me? For what? Neale muttered, dazed and troubled. He dropped his sledge and remained standing there, though the noon whistle called the gang to dinner. Looking out across the hot, smoky, arid desert, he saw again that scene where he had appealed to Allison Lee. The picture was etched out vividly, and again he lived through those big moments of emotion. The room full of men, Lee's cold acceptance of fact, his thanks, his offer, his questions, his refusal, General Lodge's earnest solicitation, the rapid exchange of passionate words between them, the query put to Neale and his answer, the sudden appearance of Allie, shocking his heart with rapture, her sweet, wild words, and so the end. How vivid now, how like flashes of lightning in his mind. Lee thought I'd killed Stanton, muttered Neale in intense perplexity. But she told them Larry did it. What a strange idea Lee had. And General Lodge, too. He defended me. Ah! Suddenly Neale drew from his pocket the little leather notebook that had been Stanton's, and which contained her letter to him. With trembling hands he opened it. Again this letter was to mean a revelation. General Lodge had said his engineer had read aloud only the first of that message to Neale,
And from this Allison Lee and all of the listeners had formed their impressions. Neale read these first lines. "No wonder they imagined I killed her," he exclaimed. "She accuses me. But she never meant what they imagined she meant. Why, that evidence could hang me. Allison told them she saw Larry do it. And it's common knowledge now. I've heard it here. What, then, had Allie to forgive? To forgive with eyes that will haunt me to my grave." Then the truth burst upon him with merciless and stunning force. My God! Allie believed what they all believed, what I must have blindly made seem true, that I was Beauty Stanton's lover. Chapter 34 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The home to which Allie Lee was brought stood in the outskirts of Omaha upon a wooded bank above the river. Allie watched the broad, yellow Missouri swirling by. She liked best to be alone outdoors in the shade of the trees. In the weeks since her arrival there, she had not recovered from the shock of meeting Neale, only to be parted from him. But the comfort, the luxury of her home, the relief from constant dread, such as she had known for years, the quiet at night, these had been so welcome, so saving, that her burden of sorrow seemed endurable. Yet in time she came to see that the finding of a father and a home had only added to her bitterness. Allison Lee's sister, an elderly woman of strong character, resented the home bringing of this strange, lost daughter. Allie had found no sympathy in her. For a while neighbors and friends of the Lees flocked to the house and were kind, gracious, attentive to Allie. Then somehow her story, or part of it, became gossip. Her father, sensitive, cold, embittered by the past, suffered intolerable shame at the disgrace of a wife's desertion and a daughter's notoriety. Allie's presence hurt him. He avoided her as much as possible. The little kindnesses that he had shown and his feelings of pride in her beauty and charm soon vanished. There was no love between them. Allie had tried hard to care for him, but her heart seemed to be buried in that vast grave of the West. She was obedient, beautiful, passive, but she could not care for him. And there came a day when she realized that he did not believe she had come unscathed through the wilds of the gold fields and the vileness of the construction camps. She bore this patiently, though it stung her. But the loss of respect for her father did not come until she heard men in his study, loud-voiced and furious, wrangle over contracts and accuse him of double-dealing. Later he told her that he had become involved in financial straits, and that unless he could raise a large sum by a certain date he would be ruined. And it was this day that Allie sat on a bench in the little arbor and watched the turbulent river. She was sorry for her father, but she could not help him. Moreover, alien griefs did not greatly touch her. Her own grief was deep and all-enfolding. She was heartsick and always yearning for that she dared not name. The day was hot, sultry. No birds sang, but the locusts were noisy. The air was full of humming bees. Allie watched the river. She was idle because her aunt would not let her work. She could only remember and suffer. The great river soothed her. Where did it come from? And where did it go? And what was to become of her? Almost it would have been better. A servant interrupted her. "Missy, here's a gentleman to see you," announced the negro girl. Allie looked. She thought she saw a tall, buckskin-clad man carrying a heavy pack. Was she dreaming, or had she lost her mind? She got up, shaking in every limb. This tall man moved. He seemed real. His bronzed face beamed. He approached. He set the pack down on the bench. Then his keen, clear eyes pierced Allie. "Well, lass," he said gently. The familiar voice was no dream, no treachery of her mind. Slingerland! She could not speak. She could hardly see. She swayed into his arms. Then when she felt the great, strong clasp and the softness of buckskin on her face and the odor of pine and sage and desert dust, she believed in his reality. Her heart seemed to collapse. All within her was riot. "Neale!" she whispered in anguish. "All right, and working hard." "He sent me," replied Slingerland, swift to get his message out. Allie quivered and closed her eyes and leaned against him. A beautiful something pervaded her soul. Slowly the tumult within her breast subsided. She recovered. "Uncle Al!" she called him tenderly. "Well, I should smile. And glad to see you. Why, Lord, I'd never tell you. You're white and shaky, lass. Sit down here on the bench beside me. There. Allie, I've a powerful lot to tell you." "Wait. To see you and to hear of him almost kills me with joy," she panted. Her little hands, once so strong and brown, but now thin and white, fastened tight in the fringe of his buckskin hunting coat. "Lass, sight of you sort of makes me young again. But, Allie, those are not the happy eyes I remember." "I am very unhappy," she whispered. "Well, if that ain't too bad. Sure, it's natural you'd be downhearted losing Neale that way." "It's not all that," she murmured. And then she told him. "Well, well!" ejaculated the trapper, stroking his beard in thoughtful sorrow. "But I reckon that's natural, too. You're strange here, and that story will hang over you. Lass, with all due respect to your father, I reckon you'd better come back to me and Neale." "Did he tell you to say that?" she whispered tremulously. "Lord, no!" ejaculated Slingerland. "Does he care for me still?" "Lass, he's dying for you. And I never spoke a truer word." Allie shuddered close to him, blinded, stormed by an exquisite, bittersweet fury of love. She seemed rising, uplifted, filled with rich, strong joy. "I forgave him," she murmured dreamily low to herself. "Well, maybe you'll be right glad you did presently," said Slingerland with animation. "Especially when there wasn't nothing much to forgive." Allie became mute. She could not lift her eyes.
"Lass, listen," began Slingerland. "After you left Roaring City, Neale went at hard work. Began by heaving ties and rails, and now he's slinging a sledge. This was amazing to me. I seen him only once since, and that was the other day. But I heard about him. I rode over to Roaring City several times, and I made it my business to find out about Neale. He never came into the town at all. He said he worked like a slave that first day, bleeding hard. But he couldn't be stopped, and the work didn't kill him, though there were some as swore it would. They said he changed, and when he toughened up, there was never but one man as could equal him, and that was an Irish fellow named Casey. I heard it was something worthwhile to see him sling a sledge. Well, I never seen him do it, but maybe I will yet. A few days back I met him getting off a train at Roaring City. Lord, I hardly knowed him.
He stood like an Injun with big muscles bulging, and his face was clean and dark, his eye like fire. He nearly shook the daylights out of me. "Slingerland, I want you," he kept yelling at me. And I said, "So it 'pears, but what fer?" Then he told me he was going after the gold that Horn had buried along the old Laramie Trail. Well, I took my outfit and we rode back into the hills. You remember them. Well, we found the gold, easy enough, and we packed it back to Roaring City. There Neil sent me off on a train to fetch the gold to you. And here I am, and there's the gold." Allie stared at the pack, bewildered by Slingerland's story. Suddenly she sat up. She felt the blood rush to her cheeks. "Gold! Horn's gold! But it's not mine. Did Neil send it to me?" "Every ounce," replied the trapper soberly. "I reckon it's yours. There was no one else left. And you recollect what Horn said. Lass, it's yours, and I'm going to make you keep it."
"How much is there?" queried Allie, with thrills of curiosity. How well she remembered Horn. He had told her he had no relatives. Indeed, the gold was hers.
"Well, Neil and me couldn't calculate how much, having nothing to weigh the gold, but it's a fortune." Allie turned from the pack to the earnest face of the trapper. There had been many critical moments in her life, but never one with the suspense, the fullness, the inevitableness of this. "Did Neil send anything else?" she flashed. "Well, yes, and I was coming to that," replied Slingerland as he unlaced the front of his hunting frock. Presently he drew forth a little leather notebook, which he handed to Allie. She took it while looking up at him. Never had she seen his face radiate such strange emotion. She divined it to be the supreme happiness inherent in the power to give happiness. Allie trembled. She opened the little book. Surely it would contain a message that would be as sweet as life to dying eyes. She read a name written in ink in a clear script. Beauty Stanton. Her pulses ceased to beat, her blood to flow, her heart to throb. All seemed to freeze within her except her mind, and that leaped fearfully over the first lines of a letter, then feverishly on to the close, only to fly back and read again. Then she dropped the book. She hid her face on Slingerland's breast. She clutched him with frantic hands. She clung there, her body all held rigid, as if some extraordinary strength or inspiration or joy had suddenly inhibited weakness. "Well, lass, you're taking it powerful hard, and I'm made sure." "Hush!" whispered Allie, raising her face. She kissed him. Then she sprang up like a bent sapling released. She met Slingerland's keen gaze, saw him start, then rise as if the better to meet a shock. "I'm going back West with you," she said coolly. "Well, I knowed you'd go." "Divide that gold. I'll leave half to my father." Slingerland's great hands began to pull at the pack.
"There's a train soon. I calculated to stay over a day, but the sooner the better. Lass, will you run off or tell him?"
"I'll tell him. He can't stop me even if he would. The gold will save him from ruin. He will let me go."
She stooped to pick up the little leather notebook and placed it in her bosom. Her heart seemed to surge against it. The great river rolled on, magnified in her sight. A thick, rich, beautiful light shone under the trees. What was this dance of her blood while she seemed so calm, so cool, so sure? "Does he have any idea that I might return to him?" she asked. "None, lass, none. That I'll swear," declared Slingerland. "When I left him at Roaring City the other day he was well, like he used to be. The boy come out in him again, not just the same, but brave. Sending that gold and that little book made him happy. I reckon Neale found his soul then.
Chapter 35 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Building a railroad grew to be an exact and wonderful science with the men of the Union Pacific, from engineers down to the laborers who ballasted and smoothed the roadbed. Wherever the work trains stopped, there was a hum like a beehive. Gangs loaded rails on a flat car, and the horses and mules were driven at a gallop to the front. There two men grasped the end of a rail and began to slide it off. In couples, other laborers in that particular gang laid hold, and when they had it off the car, they ran away with it to drop it in place. While they were doing this, other gangs followed with more rails. 4 rails laid to the minute. When one of the cars was empty, it was tipped off the track to make room for the next one. And as that next one passed, the first was levered back again on the rails to return for another load. 4 rails down to the minute. It was Herculean toil. The men who fitted the rails were cursed the most frequently because they took time, a few seconds, when there was no time. Then the spikers, these brawny, half-naked, sweaty giants. What a grand spanging music of labor rang from under their hammers. 3 strokes to a spike for most spikers. Only 2 strokes for such as Casey or Neale. 10 spikes to a rail, 400 rails to a mile. How many million times had brawny arms swung and sledges clanged? Forward every day the work trains crept westward, closer and closer to that great hour when they would meet the work trains coming east. The momentum now on the road laying was tremendous. The spirit that nothing could stop had become embodied in a scientific army of toilers, a mass, a machine, ponderous, irresistible, moving on to the meeting of the rails. Every day the crisscross of ties lengthened out along the winding roadbed, and the lines of glistening rails kept pace with them. The sun beat down hot. The dust flew in sheets and puffs. The smoky veils floated up from the desert. Red-shirted toilers, blue-shirted toilers, half-naked toilers, sweat and bled and laughed grimly, and sucked at their pipes and bent their broad backs. The pace had quickened to the limit of human endurance. Fury of sound filled the air. Its rhythmical pace was the mighty gathering impetus of a last heave, a last swing. Promontory Point was the place destined to be famous as the meeting of the rails. On that summer day in 1869, which was to complete the work, special trains arrived from west and east. The governor of California, who was also president of the western end of the line, met the vice president of the United States and the directors of the Union Pacific. Mormons from Utah were there in force. The government was represented by officers and soldiers in uniform, and these, with their military band, lent the familiar martial air to the last scene of the great enterprise. Here mingled the Irish and Negro laborers from the east with the Chinese and Mexican from the west. Then the eastern paddies laid the last rails on one end, while the western coolies laid those on the other. The rails joined. Spikes were driven until the last one remained. The territory of Arizona had presented a spike of gold, silver, and iron. Nevada had given one of silver and a railroad tie of laurel wood. And the last spike of all, of solid gold, was presented by California. The driving of the last spike was to be heard all over the United States. Omaha was the telegraph center. The operator here had informed all inquirers. When the last spike is driven at Promontory Point, we will say, "Done." The magic of the wire was to carry that single message abroad over the face of the land. The President of the United States was to be congratulated, as were the officers of the Army and the engineers of the work. San Francisco had arranged a monster celebration, marked by the booming of cannon and enthusiastic parades. Free railroad tickets into Sacramento were to fill that city with jubilant crowds. At Omaha, cannons were to be fired, business abandoned, and the whole city given over to festivity. Chicago was to see a great parade and decoration. In New York, 100 guns were to boom out the tidings. Trinity Church was to have special services, and the famous chimes were to play Old 100. In Philadelphia, a ringing of the Liberty Bell in Independence Hall would initiate a celebration. And so it would be in all prominent cities of the Union. Neale was at Promontory Point that summer day. He stood aloof from the crowd on a little bank, watching with shining eyes. To him the scene was great, beautiful, final. Only a few hundred of that vast army of laborers were present at the meeting of the rails, but enough were there to represent the whole. Neale's glances were swift and gathering. His comrades, Pat and McDermott, sat near, exchanging lights for their pipes. They seemed reposeful, and for them the matter was ended. Broken hulks of toilers of the rails. Neither would labor any more. A burly negro with crinkly, bullet-shaped head leaned against a post. A brawny spiker, naked to the waist, his wonderful shoulders and arms brown, shining, knotted, scarred, stood near, sledge in hand. A group of Irishmen, red and blue-shirted, puffed their black pipes and argued. Swarthy, slow-eyed Mexicans with huge sombreros on their knees lolled in the shade of a tree, talking low in their mellow tones and fingering cigarettes. Chinamen with long pigtails and foreign dress added strangeness and colorful contrast. Neale heard the low murmur of voices of the crowd and the slow puffing of the two engines, head on, only a few yards apart, so strikingly different in shape. Then followed the pounding of hoofs and tread of many feet, the clang of iron as the last rail went down. How clear, sweet, spanging the hammer blows. And there was the old sighing sweep of the wind. Then came a gunshot, the snort of a horse, a loud laugh. Neale heard all with sensitive, recording ears.
"Mac, yez are so damn smart. Now tell me who built the U.P.?" demanded Pat. "That's easy. My friend Casey did, b'gorra," retorted McDermott. "Like hell he did. It was the Irish." "Sure, that's what I said," McDermott replied. "Well, then, what built the U.P.? Tell me that. Yez know so much."
McDermott scratched his sun-blistered, stubble-field of a face and grinned.
"Whiskey built the eastern half, and cold tay built the western half."
Pat regarded his comrade with considerable respect.
"Mac, sure as you're intelligent," he granted. "The Irish lived on whiskey and the Chinamans on tea. Well, yours is so damn awful smart, maybe yez could tell me who got the money for that work." "B'gorra, I know where every dollar went," replied McDermott.
And so they argued on, oblivious to the impressive last stage. Neale sensed the rest, the repose in the attitude of all the laborers present. Their hour was done, and they accepted that with the equanimity with which they had met the toil, the heat and thirst, the Sioux. A splendid, rugged, loquacious, crude, elemental body of men, unconscious of heroism. Those who had survived the 5 long years of toil and snow and sun and the bloody Sioux, and the roaring camps bore the scars, the furrows, the gray hairs of great and wild times. A lane opened up in the crowd to the spot where the rails had met. Neale got a glimpse of his associates, the engineers, as they stood near the frock-coated group of dignitaries and directors. Then Neale felt the stir and lift of emotion, as if he were on a rising wave. His blood began to flow fast and happily. He was to share their triumph. The moment had come. Someone led him back to his post of honor as the head of the engineer corps. A silence fell then over that larger, denser multitude. It grew impressive, charged, waiting. Then a man of God offered up a prayer. His voice floated dreamily to Neale. When he had ceased, there were slow, dignified movements of frock-coated men as they placed in position the last spike. The silver sledge flashed in the sunlight and fell. The sound of the driving stroke did not come to Neale with the familiar spang of iron. It was soft, mellow, golden. A last stroke. The silence vibrated to a deep, hoarse acclaim from hundreds of men, a triumphant, united hurrah, simultaneously sent out with that final message, "Done." A great flood of sound, of color, seemed to wave over Neale. His eyes dimmed with salt tears, blurring the splendid scene. The last moment had passed, that for which he had stood with all faith, all spirit, and the victory was his. The darkness passed out of his soul. Then as he stood there bareheaded, at the height of this all-satisfying moment, when the last echoing melody of the sledge had blended in the roar of the crowd, a strange feeling of a presence struck Neale. Was it spiritual? Was it divine? Was it God? Or was it only baneful, fateful, the specter of his accomplished work, a reminder of the long, gray future? A hand slipped into his, small, soft, trembling, exquisitely thrilling. Neale became still as a stone, transfixed. He knew that touch. No dream, no fancy, no morbid visitation. He felt warm flesh, tender, clinging fingers, and then the pulse of blood that Chapter 36 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Slingerland saw Allie Lee married to Neale by that minister of God whose prayer had followed the joining of the rails. And to the old trapper had fallen the joy and the honor of giving the bride away, and of receiving her kiss as though he had been her father. Then the happy congratulations from General Lodge and his staff, the merry dinner given the couple, and its toast warm with praise of the bride's beauty and the groom's luck and success. Neale's strange, rapt happiness and Allie's soul shining through her dark blue eyes. This hour was to become memorable for Slingerland's future dreams. Slingerland's sight was not clear when, as the train pulled away, he waved a last good-bye to his young friends. Now he had no hope, no prayer left unanswered, except to be again in his beloved hills. Abruptly he hurried away to the corrals, where his pack train was all in readiness to start. He did not speak to a man. He had packed a dozen burros, the largest and completest pack train he had ever driven. The abundance of carefully selected supplies, tools, and traps should last him many years, surely all the years that he would live. Slingerland did not intend to return to civilization, and he never even looked back at that blotch on the face of the bluff, that hideous, roaring city. He drove the burros at a good trot, his mind at once busy and absent, happy with the pictures of that last hour, gloomy with the undefined, unsatisfied cravings of his heart. Friendship with Neale, affection for Allie, acquainted him with the fact that he had missed something in life. Not friendship, for he had had hunter friends, but love, perhaps of a sweetheart, surely love of a daughter. For the rest, the old trapper was glad to see the last of habitations and of men and of the railroad. Slingerland hated that great shining steel band of progress connecting east and west. Every ringing sledge-hammer blow had sung out the death knell of the trapper's calling. This railroad spelled the end of the wilderness. What one group of greedy men had accomplished, others would imitate, and the grass of the plains would be burned, the forests blackened, the fountains dried up in the valleys, and the wild creatures of the mountains driven and hunted and exterminated. The end of the buffalo had come. The end of the Indian was in sight, and that of the fur-bearing animal and his hunter would follow soon with the hurrying years. Slingerland hated the railroad, and he could not see as Neale did, or any of the engineers or builders. This old trapper had the vision of the Indian, that far-seeing eye cleared by distance and silence, and the force of the great lonely hills. Progress was great, but nature unspoiled was greater. If a race could not breed all stronger men through its great movements, it might better not breed any, for the bad overmultiplied the good, and so their needs magnified into greed. Slingerland saw many shining bands of steel across the plains and mountains, many stations and hamlets and cities, a growing and marvelous prosperity from timber, mines, farms, and in the distant end, a gutted West. He made his first camp on a stream watering a valley 20 miles from the railroad. There were Indian tracks on the trails, but he had nothing to fear from Indians. That night, though all was starry and silent around him as he lay, he still held the insupportable feeling. Next day he penetrated deeper into the foothills, and soon he gained the fastnesses of the mountains. No longer did he meet trails except those of deer and lion and bear. And so day after day he drove his burros, climbing and descending the rocky ways, until he had penetrated to the very heart of the great wild range. In all his roaming over untrodden lands he had never come into such a wild place. No foot, not even an Indian's, had ever desecrated this green valley with its clear, singing stream, its herds of tamed deer, its curious beaver, its pine-covered slopes, its looming gray protective peaks. And at last he was satisfied to halt there, to build his cabin and his corral. Discontent and longing and then hate passed into oblivion. These useless passions could not long survive in such an environment. By and by the old trapper's only link with the past was memory of a stalwart youth and of a girl with violet eyes, and of their sad and wonderful romance, in which he had played a happy part. The rosy dawn, the days of sun and cloud, the still, windy nights, the solemn stars, the moon-blanched valley with its grazing herds, the beautiful wild mourn of the hunting wolf, and the whistle of the stag, and always and ever the murmur of the stream. In these, and in the solitude and loneliness of their haunts, he found his goal, his serenity. Chapter 37 of the U.P. Trail by Zane Grey. This recording is in the public domain. A band of Sioux warriors rode out upon a promontory of the hills, high above the great expanse of plain. Long, lean arms were raised and pointed. A chief dismounted and strode to the front of his band. His war bonnet trailed behind him. There were unhealed scars upon his bronze body. His face was old, full of fine, wavy lines, stern, craggy, and inscrutable. His eyes were dark, arrowy lightnings. They beheld far out and down upon the plain a long, low, moving object leaving a trail of smoke. It was a train on the railroad. It came from the east and crept toward the west. The chief watched it, and so did his warriors. No word was spoken, no sign made, no face changed. But what was in the mind and the heart and the soul of that great chief? This beast that puffed smoke and spat fire and shrieked like a devil of an alien tribe, that split the silence as hideously as the long tracks split the once smooth plain, that was made of iron and wood, this thing of the white man's coming from out of the distance where the Great Spirit lifted the dawn, meant the end of the hunting grounds and the doom of the Indian. Blood had flowed. Many warriors lay in their last sleep under the trees, but the iron monster that belched fire had gone only to return again. Those white men were many as the needles of the pines. They fought and died, but always others came. This chief was old and wise, taught by sage and star and mountain and the wind and the loneliness of the prairie land. He recognized a superior race, but not a nobler one. White men would glut the treasures of water and earth. The Indian had been born to hunt his meat, to repel his red foes, to watch the clouds and serve his gods. But these white men would come like a great flight of grasshoppers to cover the length and breadth of the prairie land. The buffalo would roll away like a dust cloud in the distance and never return. No meat for the Indian, no grass for his mustang, no place for his home. The Sioux must fight till he died or be driven back into waste places where grief and hardship would end him. Red and dusky, the sun was setting beyond the desert. The old chief swept aloft his arm, and then in his acceptance of the inevitable bitterness he stood in magnificent austerity, somber as death, seeing in this railroad train creeping, fading into the ruddy sunset, a symbol of the destiny of the Indian, vanishing, vanishing.